poncho of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
And away we go. Thank you, GrayLeaf. First thing this morning, bright and early, breaking news, they've got Larry Fink, the CEO from BlackRock, all on CNBC with Jim Cramer. Very animated conversation going on there. As is my custom, I have them muted, but he looks to be disheveled, perhaps maybe panicked. If I didn't know any better, I would say he has the stink of fear about him right now. The usual suspects have been on a full court press here lately. Everybody out hawking their wares, as the saying goes. Peter Schiff on X, screaming gloom and doom and pushing gold. Same song he's been singing for a number of years. Jim Cramer, Larry Fink, even the illustrious Ken Griffin, Michael Saylor screaming buy Bitcoin at the top of his lungs. They're all running around with their hair on fire, screaming, buy mine, choose me, please pick me. Yeah, Tara, I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Dimon ends up on CNN sometime today or this evening. He's another one that they pull out as a big cheerleader. So I'm curious, what do you all think? Are the fireworks over with the tariff drama? Are we back to business as usual? Or do we have more to come? I don't mind telling you, I don't think it's even started yet. I don't have any data points to back it up. I just have a sneaky suspicion they're in for a massive collapse. I have a sneaky suspicion that what we're seeing right now is just a momentary bump up to allow the big boys to exit. I have no way to prove it. It's just my theory. Maybe a little paranoid, perhaps. I don't know. Something tells me that this is just a way to allow really powerful and rich people to get their money out of the market before this collapse comes to pass. No, it's not particularly pleasant to think about, but I think that's what I'm seeing happening. You got to pay attention to the treasuries, Fed, obviously. Bond market. I know we all focus on equities and stocks, but one would do well to really pay attention to what happens in the bond market. Speaking of treasuries, all of them are in the green at this moment, trending up. For those of you who are unfamiliar, when there's lots of selling in the bond market, the yields rise. It's kind of counterintuitive if you don't understand it, but the more people trying to unload them, the more volume there is. Generally speaking, the rates go up. So when you see the prices of bonds spiking or climbing, it's generally, not always, but it's generally an indication that big institutions or heavy hitters are dumping them. Look at Bitcoin go, 83,000 and climbing. Managed to catch themselves a bid on a Friday morning. Morning, Tom. GameStop back above $26. That puts me in a good frame of mind first thing this morning. I'm so disappointed. We're almost 15 minutes into the day and there's no sign of illegal immigrant. I had such high hopes. Thought for sure that he would arrive, perhaps under a new name, new account, but at least go about the noble work of entertaining everyone all day, regaling us with stories and snippets of knowledge that he's gathered throughout his life. It doesn't appear to be in the offing for us this morning. Whatever shall we do? I'm afraid I've failed everyone. I'll have to take responsibility for this. I wasn't exactly very kind and welcoming. Certainly see why they wouldn't be eager to come entertain us. I do so need to do better. Yeah, Dynamite, an abundance of knowledge, just a veritable wealth of wisdom. We could all dip our biscuit in their gravy and be the better for it. Yeah. At the greater part of the evening last night, kept me awake. I couldn't sleep way into the wee hours of the morning, pondering how Big Pun was correct, that I never let anyone else talk, and not nice. And I rose today with a new attitude, a conviction, if you will, to improve, make it a more welcoming environment, more accepting, if you will, eager to display my new attitude, the warmer, softer side of my personality. So I was so eager to let that shine today. Hope springs eternal, like someone said, or maybe later in the day. I appreciate that, Terry, and that's my hope. I do endeavor to entertain. It's like a busker playing a guitar in the subway, or down here one of my favorite watering holes on the beach. There's usually some old used up guy with a beat up guitar, playing a few songs for tips. I'd like to think I'm sort of like that. It's, I do my level best to entertain, and fortunately some of the new participants, they're not as appreciative of my art as I would have them be. So I have to be willing to do a course correction from time to time. especially when it's somebody who could be such a valued member. They could be such a resource for our community. It's important that I make them feel welcome and allow us to draw to grow from their experiences. I would expect no less, Donna Mike. I would expect no less, man. Heart was in the right place though. I had Mrs. Pirate stay up late last night. She baked cookies and brownies for me to bring. I was going to provide little snacks for those guys when they show up, and as a peace offering. I was all prepared today, so they'll just have to wait. Yeah, tell him, Terry, don't be stingy. Toss in some of those gold doubloons. Yeah. Playful says he'd toss in some Hardy's mushroom and Swiss. As long as it's not the green weenie. Nobody wants the green weenie. That's a well established. As of late, we've covered that topic well. No one wants the green weenie, and I am no exception to that. No, Nana, that's not going to happen. Those were for special guests. Your family, Nana, and these are not for you. It's like, I remember how it was when somebody would prepare something, they'd set it out, and everybody was warned not to touch it. It's like, leave these alone. We're having guests tonight. When they come over, this is for them. So. I mean, I'm willing to put out the effort. I want to be loved. I want Big Pun and Patel and Nixon. Who was the other one? Yeah. Oh, illegal immigrant. I want illegal immigrant. I want him to love me. I need him to love me. Can't make them love me, at least make them like me a whole lot. I'll settle for that. I mean, I'm sure if I work hard enough, I can be their absolute favorite. It's not enough. I don't want to be friends. I want to be besties. Nothing less is acceptable. Illegal immigrant and I, yeah. When it's all over with, we're going to get like matching tattoos, take our families on vacation together. Yeah, I'm certain I can make this happen. Just going to take a little effort. I don't know if you heard the story I shared on KC Stream, Dan, but I did something similar with X-Lax. My brother had a habit of stealing from me. We lived in an attic. I lived on one end of the attic and he lived on the other. It was open space, but it was kind of like North and South Korea. But he had a habit of invading my space, and he would help himself to loose change or chewing gum, whatever he could find. And I'd had enough of it. So I took some X-Lax we had in our medicine cabinet. And back then it came in a little wrapper, like an aluminum foil wrapper. And I took it out of the wrapper and I heated up. I used a cigarette lighter to heat up a butter knife. Then I used a butter knife to smear across the top. At that time, the X-Lax was printed in the chocolate on top, or something like that. I think, yeah, my memory serves. But I didn't want him to see that. But I kind of smeared the hot butter knife across the top to melt it, and then wrapped it back in the aluminum foil and left it on the counter there. And sure enough, he took the bait. And long story short, he shit his pants at the dinner table, right at the dinner table while we were eating. It was one of the rare times where we had a communal meal and the whole family was there. My dad, my step monster, all four brothers. And I kid you not, shit himself right at the dinner table. And then I knew exactly what happened and why, and I erupted in laughter. I just thought to myself that I just felt like I had achieved something, and it was like I had created this magical moment. And then my dad, he's pretty receptive to it. He gave me the back of his hand right off the bat, sent me flying asshole or elbows over backwards, because he knew, somehow or another. He didn't know how, but he knew I was involved in it. My brother was crying. He didn't understand what was happening, so tears are running down his face. He's sitting there in his own shit. Of course, my step monster, she's losing her mind, screaming and hollering, demanding to know what was going on, and she didn't understand. Yeah, good times, wonderful family memories. I remember sometime after I had left, I made my escape upon 5 minutes after my 18th birthday. I've shared the story how I finally made the great escape from that environment. And then after the dust had settled, some time had passed, I would go back from time to time just to pop in and out. It became easier once I knew I could just leave whenever I felt like it. But I showed up after a while and saw a giant hole in the ceiling in the kitchen. And it didn't take long for one of my brothers to explain what had happened. With me, I was kind of the primary go-to guy for do-it-yourself to fix up stuff. I mean, whether it was the assemblage of toys Christmas morning, putting the toys together that, required some assembly or what have you, it always fell to me as the oldest boy. And as a result of that, I kind of became the fix-it guy. But with me gone, no one was there to pick up the slack. And for whatever reason, my father got the bright idea to have my dumbass brothers install a ceiling fan. And again, on my honor, I kid you not, I swear on my children's lives, it happened just like this. My dumbass brothers installed the ceiling fan, and all they did was put screws into drywall. No bracket, no attachment point to a 2x4, nothing. And as you can quite imagine, it spun. It hung there for a while. And I wasn't there, but according to them, it was running at full speed when it fell from the ceiling. It ripped the wire nuts loose and came crashing down while it was in full RPMs. hit the kitchen table and wiped out everything that was sitting there. Yep. So I'd like to think that my prowess at repair work and installing things was indeed missed after I made my escape from that place. To be fair, I guess, being intellectually challenged wasn't specific just to my household, the household I grew up in. The entire community wasn't exactly a brain trust. One family that was close to us, their wife, the guy's wife was this, barking moonbat crazy. And she worked as a waitress and I guess ran out of gas in her car on the way home. But she walked the rest of the way to her house, got her husband's car, drove, got gas, filled up the car that ran out. And this is the funny part. She leapfrogged the vehicles home. So she would drive the car the original car that ran out of fuel. Once she got it running, she would drive it like a mile or two down the road. No shit now. Get out of the car, walk all the way back to the other car, get into it, drive it down the road. Again, go past the car she just parked some distance. And she leapfrogged, I'm not kidding now, 2 vehicles home. Like 8 miles to her house. Never dawned on her just to get somebody to help her, I guess. But man, like I said, the neighborhood I grew up in wasn't exactly, its claim to fame wasn't exactly its IQ, its collective IQ. You can't make this shit up, GrayLeaf. It's just happened. I mean, I lack the imagination to make up a story like that. I wish I could. If I could, I'd write the great American novel. The most I can do is reach back into my memory banks and just share some of the crazy shit that I've seen in 59 years. Like it was yesterday. Her name was Marilyn. It was a beautiful name. Her husband worked at a rope factory. All they made was rope. It's, to my knowledge, it's still there in the western side of Cincinnati. He worked at a rope factory. And they had an old house that was built back when they used to do a little bit of quality construction. She had an idea she dismantled, completely took down the mahogany banister. Nice handrail that ran from the first floor all the way up to the second. It was a 2-story house. Took the mahogany handrail down, threw it out in the yard, and then had him bring home a piece of rope from where he worked and fashioned a rope from the top of the steps to the bottom next to the wall. Thought it was some sort of like, I don't know, design feature or something. Yeah. That was the same family. I told the story once before. That was the same family that had 3 boys, but they named 2 of them Daryl and Dale. I shit you not. I know that was, I think it was a Saturday night skit or something, but this predated that, before the whole maybe it was a sitcom on TV. But this family, I got receipts. I can prove this if someone calls my character into question here. The one kid's name was Dale, D-A-L-E. The other brother's name was Daryl, D-A-R-Y-L. Just imagine Imagine the mindset to do that. The old man's name was Donnie, and their firstborn child was named Little Donnie. So they had Donnie, Little Donnie, Daryl, and Dale. And the one got, the Newhart show. And then they had a neighbor that lived next door, and he had a hair lip and spoke with a real bad lisp. So he couldn't say either name. He couldn't say Dale and Daryl. If you could speak relatively well, and you were talking to somebody, you could differentiate the two. But the guy that lives next door, the halfwit named Kenny, he would say devil and devil. So you had never knew which one he was referring to. Yep, Dynamite, that happened. That's exactly right, from the Bob Newhart show. But it happened to me in real life long before the Bob Newhart show ever came out. That whole street was like something out of a Dickens novel. The family that lived next door to them, they had like one mama with 3 different baby daddies. So each kid had a different last name. But the one boy had just this really wild looking scar on his mouth. And it was from when he was a child, he chewed through an electric cord because he wasn't being monitored very closely by his mother. Chewed through an electric cord, and the 110 volts shocked the fuck out of him, but it burnt his mouth really bad. And he had, like, if you know anything about burns, really bad burns scar bad. And they didn't have the money for plastic surgery or anything like that. He's lucky it didn't kill him, I guess. But his it scarred over, and after it healed up for the rest of his life, the corner of his mouth had like a webbing. The one corner of his mouth was like a webbing. Yeah. Like I said, the town I grew up in was, I could probably make a sitcom and just fill it full of content with stories from my youth there. And it said at least she got both cars home. The thing was, Nana, I never got any closure to the story. For all of these years now, for 45, 50 years, I've wondered why she didn't just enlist the help of her husband. Was she afraid of him, of what would happen if she revealed that she had let the first car run out of gas? And her husband, Donnie, I knew quite well. We hunted some time together. He was friends with my father. He had beagle hounds. My dad had beagles, and we'd hunt frequently on the weekends when both of those men were off work, out chasing cottontail rabbits with those dogs through the woods. And Donnie was very soft-spoken, a very demure man, just really, really kind. So I just can't believe that she lived in any sort of fear from him. So it just made the mystery even bigger, why she didn't just go home and have him help out. But the mysteries of the universe. Thanks for making me laugh. Tendy says she should have used the rope from the banister just to tow the other car. See, Tendy's, that's why you live such a good life, and she probably still struggling. She lacked that intellectual horsepower that would have afforded her that idea. But yes, you're right. She would have been much better served to use a piece of that rope just to drag the other car home. There you go, using that logic and all that big brain power again.
To welcome you to AMC theaters, where we make movies better. Now I have to go sit down. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow,
good morning, Billy.
heartbreak feels good in a
Happy
place
Friday to you too.
Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. Perfectly popcorn, cinema, sweets. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. We make movies better. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like
I saw another news release this morning, Terry, concerning California. Apparently, they passed yet another increase for the citizens there. I think it come out to like $250 per year added to people's electric bills. Their power and light bill going to go up. I think they said, $22 a month or something. I didn't get the explanation. Wasn't able to discern the justification for it, other than I'm sure it's just pure greed, power electric company. But yeah, the government just got together and said, hey, let's all stick it to the average person in California for another $250 per year forever. And that passed. You get the government you deserve. They keep electing them so they can live with it. Morning, Pro Jewel. Andrew, good to see you. Morning, real rugged. Rugged bringing in some actionable intelligence, as they call it. Ticker symbol THTX receives a buyout offer at $3.51 to $4.50 a share. Currently trading at $1.92. Do with that what you will. And the VIX is at 44.91. I don't remember seeing it that high any time in recent memory. 44.91. Lordy, lordy. Yeah, GrayLeaf's got the chart up. Looks like it hit 47, man. Yeah, that's interesting.
Together strong. Lays together strong. Lays together strong. Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. together strong. Apes together strong. Swinging from the crow's nest. Apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. 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 Apes together strong.
1 hour into the trading day. AMC is down 1.7% at $2.86. 2.80.
Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong, 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 apes together strong.
Publishers Clearinghouse. You may remember them as the ones who Ed McMahon would go around and give the Publishers Clearinghouse giveaways, the big giant checks and all that. They filed for bankruptcy, Chapter 11. The Publishers Clearinghouse giveaway didn't have a real sound business model. It was real for a while then. It was a very, very real deal. It was kind of like a lottery. They claimed that you didn't have to buy the magazine subscriptions to be included in the lottery. That's how they got around it. But the rumor was that if you didn't buy the subscriptions, that your name never really made it into the hat for a drawing. But yeah, they made a big deal out of it. They would show up to people's houses with the giant check and the balloons, and then it became a gag. People would stage it fake to try to trick their family members and what have you. But yeah, it was a real deal for a number of years. So yep, you're right, GrayLeaf. If you haven't already received your giant, if they didn't come to your house with the balloons and the giant check, well, you can stop waiting, because they're not coming. They're done. Enjoy the rest of your day. Muller, thanks for hanging out with us. Interestingly enough, there's a connection. Ed McMahon, many of you may not have known, he was a decorated war veteran. He served in World War II. And many of you know he was the sidekick on the Johnny Carson show. For whatever reason, it would appear that he fell on hard times financially. I don't know if it was after the Johnny Carson show was over with or if it was poor money management. But towards the end of his life, when he was battling some health issues, he was facing foreclosure. Donald Trump got wind of it, bought his house, and then leased it back to him, let him live there until he died on the cheap. Another example of, you don't hear those kind of stories from all the haters, all the people who talk about what a prick Donald Trump is. But yep, he did something nice for that man. At least that's the way I read it. I wasn't in the room. I didn't see the checks changing hands, but I've read it several sources that it happened just that way. Yeah, it's interesting, Rugged. Someone brought that to everyone's attention yesterday. One of the board members, he already holds, I think, about 500,000 shares, 500,000 shares, something like that. Let's just put it this way, a substantial holding in GameStop. And it makes sense. I don't know if any of that is stock-based compensation or what have you. But it should be, he needs to get credit because of the 10,000 shares that they bought this week. It's the same as Ryan Cohen. They bought with their own money, their own cash, their family's funds, and that is that's a bullish signal for sure. A lot of the folks are kind of pissed off about the board of directors from AMC and Adam Aaron and the others not doing anything similar. That's one of the first things they scream and holler about. Is I've seen a couple posts that said, "Now it's your turn, Adam Aaron," or board members from AMC. There's an example here. This is what leadership looks like. Gato says he saw on entertainment TV yesterday that Oprah was running Weight Watchers into possible bankruptcy after people found out she was taking Ozempic type drug while running Weight Watchers. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all, Gato. It's all just big business. And the whole concept of Weight Watchers, if anyone's ever looked into it, their goal is never to have people lose the weight and stay off of it. They need them to constantly be signing up for Weight Watchers. So it's another one of those, yo-yo fad type diets where people, they sign up for the program, they pay for all the bullshit, try to buy their way into being healthy. And the very minute they stray away from the strict regimen, well, then they pile all the weight back on, then they run right back to Weight Watchers. So it's kind of they keep getting milked. They are a perpetual customer. Yeah, Tendy, same thing with healthcare, all that. Everybody's like, why don't they cure the common cold? Why would they? how much money they make selling you NyQuil and Sudafed. And they come up with the cure. If you can just, take one, pop one little pill, the first sign of the sniffles, that's not gonna make, Dow Pharmaceuticals any money. Come on, man. Come on, man. In CNBC News, gold is at record highs again. That puts a big old smile on Pro Jeweler's face. I got a quote up from Larry Fink from BlackRock. He says, "In the short run, I'm petrified at some of these issues." So there you go. Well, it's good to know that my skills at reading body language and mannerisms, I haven't lost a step in that regard. Like I said earlier, I've had him on mute the entire time. But my first read on him was I was looking at a man who showed all the hallmarks of being really scared, panic, if you will. So the statement that they're quoting him right now would tend to support my observation. The exact word was petrified at some of these issues in the short run. Good. I'm glad, Larry Fink. I'm glad you're petrified. Yeah, I'm breaking my arm, patting myself on the back, GrayLeaf. You know I do love to boast. One of my favorite pastimes is bragging. The Dow's down, the S&P is down, and the NASDAQ looks like it's up at the moment, but just barely. All of your treasuries, the 2-year, 3-year, 5 and 10, and the 30, they're all in the green. Whoa, man, they got an S&P member called Charles River that's fallen 29%. What that's all about. Meanwhile, Nvidia and the Dow's up 15.9%. Boeing's up 12.8%. Broadcom up 21.18%. I guess that would explain the VIX, man. There's some wild volatility. Stuff is all over the place. And here, Mrs. Pirate's favorite cat meowing, that would indicate that she's up and about at Camelot here. It's always the high point of my morning when she joins me. We have some big exciting day today. Mrs. Pirate is going up for her first flight with my oldest son, Jesse, the pilot. Excited to see that happen. He's taken his brother up, but his mother has yet to go flying with him, even after all these years. And he needs to accumulate some hours, specifically do some longer distance stuff. So I have a sneaky suspicion they've got some sort of plan to fly to, I don't know if they're going to Andalusia or to Mobile, find themselves a all-you-can-eat buffet somewhere. They're going for a little trip for lunch, but it's going to be a rather expensive one. But I'm excited for her. I hope they have a wonderful time. Looks like we have some beautiful weather for it. Blue skies, virtually unlimited visibility. The winds are very light and variable, so it'll be safe conditions. No, I'm in protected airspace, rugged. You can't, civilian planes can't come into our airspace. Good morning, love. There they come, making coffee. Looks like a good day for flying, Jess. Unlimited visibility, light and variable winds. You guys might have a wonderful time. Big excitement. I wish they could, rugged. I wish they could come by the house, do a low pass, and take pictures and all that. But no, we're fortunate that we get to see all sorts of wonderful military stuff. Share stories with you guys, and pictures, everything from Ospreys to Black Hawks and gunships, and you name it. Get all sorts of wonderful stuff out here. Amphibious stuff, you name it. But the downside is when he goes up, he can't get very close to the house. He can get, the closest he can come is what's called the Navarre Bridge, and that's I'm going to say that's a mile and a half, 2 miles from us. So in the occasions where he comes down here and plays around on the beach, we can see him, but he's way off in the distance, and it just represents like a speck in the sky. Yeah. China raising tariffs on goods to what, 125%? Something like that. I just missed it. We'll do a quick rewind here and see what that says again. Starting April 12th. Okay. So China said they're bumping their number to 125% for the United States goods, and that will take effect April 12th. There's your latest update if you're keeping up with the tariff chess match. I posted some stuff on X last night. Unless I'm missing something, I can't see how China wins on this. if you distill it down to its basics, well, now they got Diesel's excited. He's all in their house. If you distill it down to its most basic essence, the United States can go anywhere to buy. I mean, we're the customer. We're walking around with our big credit card, and it's, well, for starters, the end goal is to have all that manufacturing, come back to the United States. So in a perfect world, if he really hits his main goal, if he hits the bullseye, if you will, it'll just result in, there won't even be any other countries involved in it. We'll go back to where the majority of our products are produced right here in the United States, that produce American jobs and American taxes, and the money will circulate on our homeland, our motherland, if you will. But even if he fails in that, he still has the option. I mean, you've got India waiting in the wings. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it would be like if I had a contract to do, I don't know, mow the grass on the Air Force Base here. It's an incredibly lucrative contract. It pays very well, lots of profit in it. And if the Air Force Base found out that somehow or another I was cheating them or just charging them way too much, and they decided they wanted to shop around, I'm quite certain that my competitors around here would just be salivating at the opportunity to take over my role. I don't see how this thing with this China is any different than that. I can only imagine that places like India and the Philippines and Indonesia, all those places who have embraced capitalism and trade, those people, they must just be slobbering at the opportunity to step up and take a shot at it. So I don't see the downside other than some short-term, shortages. I get it. You can't just snap your finger and start making cell phones in Atlanta or t-shirts in Atlanta or India for that matter. But it's not like it takes forever. I mean, if there's enough money involved in it and there's a clear profit motive at the end of the day, you'd be surprised how quickly things can happen. So short of some short-term supply issues or maybe an interim spike in prices, I don't see that Trump is without options here. Now, if you consider the opposite side of that with Xi Jinping in China, we are their biggest client. So who do they replace us with? If we say, that's fine, no more for you. No more credit card swipes for you, China. Well, who do they replace that with? If we represent such a huge part of their business, and we do, they can't. Who are they going to go to get to fill our shoes? The answer is nobody. Because if there was anybody out there who was going to buy from China to the extent that America does, they'd already be selling to them. So we have options. They have zero. And unless I'm missing something, I don't see how Trump doesn't have the royal flush in this. Mom, he's just excited. Diesel got in big trouble for barking in the house. Uh-oh. Jesse, where you carry Mom to? Andalusia or Mobile?
No, we are, man. Unless that's
Nice.
50 miles. If Dustin's 50 miles over that.
Very nice.
I'll be flying tomorrow, so I'm going to go again.
Oh, that's cool.
Run for longer tomorrow.
Good. It's very, very exciting. It'll make for a great start to a weekend. That's good. I wish you all could see it. Mrs. Pirate's got a smile, goes completely from ear to ear. They're all real excited here today. Real Ray says, anyone in here actually drinks Squirt? I've heard of it, and I think I've seen it. Isn't it like a knockoff Mountain Dew? I believe it is, Rugged. I think it's just like a dollar store citrus drink along the similar flavors of like Sprite and and all that sort of thing. Yeah, Dynamite says grapefruit flavor. Yeah, I knew it was something citrusy. Yeah, I've never been a fan of it. I've never been a fan of any of those sort of things. I drink a little bit of 7-Up from time to time, but I was never real big on the orange drinks or citrus, any of that. Mountain Dew was always, for me, just incredibly sweet. Yeah, real rugged. There's nothing like a good 7-Up and Seagram 7. I shared that story once before. Seagram's had a distillery right there where our cattle place was in Indiana. If you look up Lawrenceburg, Indiana, distillery there. Pretty cool place where they make Seagrams. I told the story how I used to go in there once they finish with the sour mash. If anybody's paid attention to the moonshine videos, when you make whiskey, it starts with corn, and it has to be turned into a sour mash. And then, of course, they go through the distillation process where they extract all the alcohol. But when they're done, you're left with called DDGS, which is dried distillers soluble grains, grain soluble, something like that. But it's the cooked corn, and that high heat is already, I guess it releases the simple carbohydrates and the corn and what have you. I guess the moral of the story is it makes a wonderful feed for pigs and cows. You used to be able to get it for free because they just tried to get rid of it. But once they established a market, like anything else, that was the end of that shit. And we had to start buying it. But as a consequence, you would go into our barn, and I always had a wagon load of it sitting around, and our barn smelled like it smelled like a bar. My uncle used to joke that all our cows were alcoholic because they loved that stuff. They'd eat it. You had to be careful. It was what they call hot. The cow's digestive system's not really meant to hold, they're designed to graze off of grass. They're not really meant to be fed corn or anything else that's a little higher in protein. So you can end up with some bloating issues and other things. But yeah, Seagram's 7 and 7, and Crown Royal. I think they might have bottled a little bit of Crown Royal there as well. Couldn't quite figure out why they had Larry Fink on here rattling away, and then someone was earlier, I think it was Terry or perhaps GrayLeaf, said it won't be long before they trot out Jamie Diamond, and he was prescient. They just announced that he's going to be on some sort of a call, simulcast or a phone call interview. And then there was another one, the CEO of Wells Fargo. I'm thinking, what's up with this? But then I realized, I just noticed the banks are reporting their earnings today, the big ones. So that's what that's all about. A lot of cheerleading going on. Tinkerbell, you make sure you guys take a selfie in front of the plane for me. All right. Holy guacamole. There's Yucca. A little something funny there, tortilla chip. Yeah, I think I heard that some time ago, real rugged. Sean Goodman. He's with AMC as well, correct? Yeah. Yeah, I think he got that. I think that deal was hammered out when Adam Aaron bought, what, 20% of HYMC or whatever. I know they've been through a split since then and all that, but I think that was all part of that deal. They get a board seat. You got sunglasses, honey? Jesse, no matter how many times she tells you she thinks she could land, don't believe her. Oh, I like it, Yucca. Throw mama from the plane. Yeah. Could be a sequel, man. Well, they're off. I'm excited for them. They've talked about this. They've tried several times. I think 2 other times they've got weather canceled. But it's going to happen today. Big fun. Big fun. Snuck into the kitchen, refill my ice water. While I was there, I happened to catch corner of my eye, caught a box of Cheez-Its that had just been opened. I got myself a big bowl of Cheez-Its, and on my way back to my throne, Diesel, ever present, tossed him one across the room. Had to have been at least 7 feet. He snatched that sumbitch right out of the air. That was a good catch, Diesel. The rest of the family has trouble getting him to catch food when they throw it to him. They don't understand the concept. You got to arch it a little bit. They throw it at him like they're a Major League Baseball player throwing a fastball straight at him. And he, 50% of the time, he can snap that, but you need to throw a little arch to it like a softball pitch. If you'll do that, 9 times out of 10, he's going to snatch it right out of the air. My favorite trick though is when I make him sit and then I stack all the Cheez-Its up on his nose, and he's not allowed to eat them until I give him the command. And I can stack up 3 or 4. If you do one, he can give him the go signal. He can get that every time. But obviously, if I stack a few up, when he goes to get them, some of them go flying. There's some interesting trivia for you from CNBC. The production of a pair of jeans, Levi's, not necessarily Levi's, but denim jeans, pair of trousers. Vietnam right now currently does 80% of the production. $20. The remaining 20% is done in the United States. $70. That tells you everything you want to know right there about the production of jeans. Actually, I may have misread that. I think they mean that 80% of the jeans from Vietnam are $20, and that 20% of the jeans from the United States is at $70. But they're saying now the average price is $30, the cost to produce a pair of jeans. Regardless of which one is accurate, it's a huge differential. It's all labor. I guess it really just comes down to who's hungry enough to want to work. I never talk about her rugged because we don't necessarily have the best relationship. We're what you would call estranged, would be putting it mildly. But I have a sister, actually a half sister, stepsister, but her daughter, who's a grown young lady now, went to college for fashion. And I thought to myself, well, that's just a complete waste of degree. But I was mistaken. She got a job with the Levi Corporation and she moved to California. So my niece managed to find herself employment in the fashion industry. I'm at a loss. I don't know what she does for them, but she actually works for Levi's. I must confess, it seems a little bit like a mystery to me how much design work could go into them. You got two legs, waistline. I mean, there's only so much you can do to a pair of pants. Although I guess maybe you got to have somebody that's in touch with the trends, whether it's the skinny jean fad or the bell bottoms or boot legs or button fly. But after all these years with Levi's, you think they've pretty much covered everything. All they got to do now is just rotate back and forth through whatever's the current fashion trend.
Pay me what I'm owed, yeah.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay?
I complain to you guys almost on a daily basis about what a cesspool I think X has turned into. But like some drug addict, I keep running back there over and over again. So, but I stumbled across one of those little rare gems. I've often said it's like finding a little flower, a wildflower in bloom in the middle of the garbage dump. You know, many of you know I go to the garbage dump from time to time to unload refuse and trash, some of my various projects. So I kind of painted that picture of it in a sea of garbage and trash. You look down, you see that little, just a beautiful little wildflower. And I found one of those flowers this morning on X. Someone said that one of her children, she's got 2 boys, she said one of them designed his own parachute. She said she's quite certain that he's gifted. And she said, and to put this mildly, my other boy is willing to try the parachute. And then here's the funny part. Somebody else come in and called them the All Wright brothers instead of the Wright brothers who invented flight. And I thought to myself, this is the reason I keep coming back. This is the sort of content that makes me wade through all the filth, the garbage, the acid, everything that's so repugnant, because you'll stumble across those little jewels from time to time that just makes you smile. Yep, somewhere out there, there's the All Wright brothers. Good morning, Papa Max. About time you stumbled in. Oh, he says the dreaded hangover. Oh man, I feel for you. You know the drill, Papa Mac. A lot of water. You gotta try to replace it. Alcohol is incredibly dehydrating. So you know the protocol. You gotta force yourself to drink as much water as you can hold down, and then try to get some food in you. You can get something to eat. It usually speeds up the process. I was a professional drunk for the bigger part of my life, and I had it all down to a science. One of the worst things you can do is just say, well, I don't feel good, so you don't do anything. And all that does is prolong the misery.
Ready for the show, loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes.
Always has too much Fox News late at night type of hangover. Oh, there you go.
Rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be.
Well, that's not it. That hardly qualifies as a hangover. That just makes you tired. Tired is one thing. Hungover is a whole nother matter.
In this jungle of stocks, we find unity.
Should have known better anyhow. I know. I should know you well enough to know that you're not going to overindulge if you even drink at all.
Taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution. We're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our
So very proud of Mrs. Pirate. What most of you don't know, because I haven't shared it with you, is she's definitely afraid of flying. She doesn't get seasick. She doesn't get motion sickness. It's not a fear of being sick. She just has a incredible fear of flying. So to see her put on a brave face, smile, and go up with Jessie today, it makes me very proud of her, because I know what it takes for her to do that.
highs and the lows. It's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up.
Well, Mike says he did partake a little bit before the 2020 era, but post stem cell transplant, he's pretty much down to zero alcohol now. Yeah.
We are family. All my apes with me. In this circus
I think GameStop's trying to make a run. It's bumping its head against that 26 handle again.
like birds of a feather, our flock
Oh,
is forever.
what
Diamond Hand Apes
do we have here?
handle that weather.
3%, 3.72, almost 4%, 3.83% for GameStop. While AMC is up just a little over 0.5% at 0.67. It just keeps vacillating between 0.35, 6. For its purposes is flat. Yeah, it's like I shared, Nana. She doesn't get seasick or air sick or motion sickness, so it's not. She won't be sick in anyone, regardless of whether she gorges herself at an all-you-eat buffet or not. It's more just about like I said, being terrified. Go rugged, my friend. That number that I just posted in the chat, that's the tail number for the plane that I rented for the day. I know you like to fool around with those apps. They're still on the ground. They haven't taken off yet, but if you're interested, to help you while away some of the boredom today, that's the tail number. Mrs. Pirate will be up with Jesse in today. Unless it changes. Sometimes it changes, but if it does, I'll bring it to your attention. That's from the old days, man. Star Trek. Star Trek was the shit, man. I was lucky. I was one of the blessed few that, 1971, 1972, Captain Kirk. I mean, it was a good time to be alive and have a television set. Yeah, I use a free app called Flight Aware. I think there's several. I don't know. Mrs. Pirate has one that's actually much nicer, but I never took the time to download it from the App Store. But I use Flight Aware. You can type in the tail number, and it'll give you the location of the plane and where it's a little lag time. I think it's out 3 or 4 minutes behind. And the transponders only work when they get about 100 feet off the ground or something. So when they land, they'll disappear at the last moment. And of course, when they take off, they won't start transmitting any sort of data until it gets up off the ground a little bit. But it's always fun just to watch. It shows airspeed and heading. And they have a little map on there. You can zoom in or zoom out and watch the progress over time.
said I couldn't. Because you said I couldn't. Because you said I couldn't. Because you said I couldn't. Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Hey, baby, can you hear me now? Do you understand how? Ooh, yeah. Because you said I couldn't. 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 Because you said I couldn't.
Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Lesson learned. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Lesson learned. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Lesson learned. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing, and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump, and they live for 8 years. Dogs run, and they live
Alpha Mac, how did you manage to attract so many new friends yesterday? You must have the sweet smell of success about you. You had all sorts of new friends. I don't know what GrayLeaf's doing. She's not drawing in all of the those that are so eager to join us. What's up with that? Must confess, I'm somewhat disappointed. I was prepared today to mend fences, build bridges, all that sort of thing. Says trouble follows me ever since. Yeah, I get it, man. You joined in that biker, that 1% club culture. I get it. No, GrayLeaf, I was making light of the fact that all of the, what should we call them? Combatant. All the less than pleasant individuals that showed up yesterday. They're conspicuous by their absence today. Couldn't figure out why. Papa Mac, he shed some light on it. He said it's just because he got that new bike and he's hanging out with a sketchy crowd. You know, the kids that nobody else, you know, the kids that other kids' parents won't let them play with, that sort of thing. Yeah, man, those henna tattoos, they can be embarrassing if you get caught out in the rain. You can have all that. You look pretty hardcore, man. You got your wife beater shirt on, your tank top, your hair blown in the breeze, and you can have your natural born killer tattooed on your arm. But if it starts to rain and that stuff runs down like makeup, it can put you in an embarrassing situation.
Liars and thieves, they sold you a dream. They took all your money. Let's play whack-a-mole with Kenny the bedpost. Let's lock him up. Let's lock him up.
You know, now you have to invest. You have to get a vest, Papa Mac, one of those black leather vests. You can usually find them at, I don't know. Yeah. Usually there's a booth. I don't think I've ever been to a flea market or one of those type places where they have the booths. People are always hawking their wares. There's usually somebody selling leather goods, chaps, and leather coats, and all that sort of thing. You're going to have to invest a little money in a vest, and then of course, you can't have a vest if you're not going to have a bunch of patches. So you'll have to order yourself a whole bunch of patches, and you have to take that to a seamstress shop and have all those sewed on. Put your club name on the back. Everybody's familiar with that movie, The Sons of Anarchy. I've seen some old dude had a jacket, or it's on the internet, he had a vest on and it was called The Sons of Alzheimer's. Pretty funny stuff. Absolutely, man. The green weenie patch would be cool. Yeah. Hell, you can make that your club name. You can have the real big patch put on the back, call themselves the Green Weenie Club. Green Weenie Riders, something like that. Yeah. You might get some attention though that you don't necessarily want if you go with a name like that. There might be some misunderstandings. Good to see you, Break Nation Sports. Thanks for joining us. Always a little more fun when you're around.
things got tough. Had to stand my ground. Oh, you should have seen it, but on a positive note. No, I didn't need any bail money, and on a positive note. No, I didn't have to hide anybody's. And just yesterday, things went my way. You could have been dead, but I just let you go. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's. So that's how you know I had a good week. If nobody died, it's just one of those things. You should take my side. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's. So that's how you know I had a good week. If nobody died, it's just one of those things. You should take my side. And on a positive note, no, I didn't need any bail money. And on a positive note, no, I didn't have to hide anybody's.
Dread in my dome, doing damage in there. Came out of the smoke, out the panic in there. Playing with my notes, doing damage to ears. Hang on to my throat, make it difficult to steer. The blindfold, like the remedy, taking in the negative, begging me to find out who I'm talking to. My mind holds the rest of me, my pedals to the metal, but it's lead, and I just won't get off the groove. Who coulda knew? 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 Got 2K9s that can't lie. They point up, no standby. And full moons keep me alive, but every day I'm half gone. Howl at the moon. 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 got it made. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Ooh, I got the money. Got the money. 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 Got the money. Money. Now I know I've got it made. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Ooh, I got the money. Got the money. 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 Got the money. Now I know I've got it made. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. I got the money. Got the money. 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 Got the money. Money. Now I know I've got it made. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Real rugged. I don't know if you're within the sound of my voice, but that Bior, previously known as Prague Virginity, and I've shared with you that I've been a bag holder for some time. But they're up right now 21.5%. Not really sure what that's all about, but I've long considered that dead money, but well, they say hope springs eternal.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe
What's happening, Pirate? Hello,
Hey,
Gray.
hey,
What'd you say was up for you?
Bior, B-I-O-R.
Oh, yeah.
Used to be called Prague, P-R-O-G.
Yeah, I
I'm a
remember
bag
people
holder. I'm a bag holder from way back. Mrs. Pirate had to have some of it. And long story short, I plowed about 10 grand into it, and it fucking big disaster. I might as well just wipe my ass with the money and flushed it down the toilet. But here recently, it's getting some kind of attention, and I just noticed it today. It's up 21%. So not real sure what that means, but it's interesting.
How's everyone doing?
Yo, yo.
Yeah, I see that on news on March 31st that they had successfully recompleted their restructuring. Now what?
Now what?
That's right. That's right. Says here, March 31st, Bior Therapeutics, a biotech company developing the first swallowable auto-injector, also known as Yucca. It today announced successful completion of its court-supervised restructuring. Through the restructuring process, Biora achieved an improved balance sheet with deleveraged debt and significant new financing to support the business going forward. Biora has from the restructuring as a privately held company. I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, it's been hot garbage for me. I'm down 95%. Probably, like I said, I've long considered it dead money. I just thought for some of you guys who like to scalp and day trade, there might be an opportunity in there to get in and out or something. Like I said, just something to fill the time with. Anytime something's up 21%, it's worth paying attention to. But yeah,
so basically,
it was a loser for me, and I don't think I'll ever see my money again. But if there's some sort of volatility there, somebody might be able to do something with it.
I'm down like 1,000 on it.
1,000 what?
$1,000. All these tickers, I lose 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 2,000 here.
1,000 rupees.
I must like
losing.
Yes, I like feeling of pain. So let me see here if there's any comments on it.
Are we the cash cow?
Maybe.
Blind me out. I woke up this morning. Huh?
What? You woke up?
Yeah, I woke up this morning. Vertigo, like so dizzy. I felt like I was drunk. I couldn't stand. I had to just stand still and just like compose myself and gather myself. That's the first time I've ever woken up feeling like I was drunk, but I wasn't drunk because I didn't drink. That's weird.
You have an ear infection or earache?
No, I was messing around with my ear.
Your balance is all controlled by your inner ear. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yeah, the liquid.
I don't know if you know it yet by the liquid. That's what triggers seasickness. There's a disconnect when your eyes see the horizon doing one thing, but your inner ear feels your body bouncing around. There's a disconnect there, and because it short circuits in your brain transmits that into having food poisoning or something, and that's what makes you retch, puke.
Yeah, I mean, I was messing with my ear yesterday, like cleaning it out, but I don't think that has anything to do with that, because I know there's that little protector in there, little eardrum protector, whatever you want to call it.
Maybe you overdid it a little bit.
You think so? You think I went in too deep?
If you have to,
it's entirely possible. Yeah, you could have pushed a little wax in too deep or something, or any number of things could happen. That's why I asked. It's usually something.
Yeah, that could have been it. Messing with my ear, playing with it. Damn it. Yeah, it was so weird.
Pirate, you're talking about BIORQ as a ticker?
No, just BIOR.
Yeah, I thought they had delisted.
And like I said, I don't follow it very much. it just pops up on my screen because I still own some of it. So I don't know if it may be.
Yeah,
But
that's
Thinkorswim because I still own whatever, they still send me updates on it. It just popped up on my screen.
So they stopped trading under BIOR.
Yep. You're right. It's Q. It does have a Q on it. BIORQ. Yep.
The volume's only been 35 shares today. So
Yeah.
it's just
There he is.
you know, shit. You buy the whole damn company for him.
Like I said, it's been a flaming bag of hot dog shit for me. But anytime I see something that's up that much, I figured it's worth talking about. I mean, we got nothing else to talk about, right?
I don't know how it's worth that much, and yet the salary CEO is $3 million. CFO was 1.6.
Yeah.
Doesn't make much sense.
Yeah. I hate the pharmaceutical patch and the biotech patch and all that, but like I said, Mrs. Pirate got sucked into it and she insisted upon it, and here we are.
Okay, how are you doing today, sir?
Yep.
Got your wacky ear. Tits. How big? Audio you at work or you?
I think audio. What is it? Audio Tiz?
He's an independent contractor now, man.
Yeah,
an
he's
entrepreneur.
retired. He's
Myself.
a millionaire, man.
Oh,
He's like myself. He's the gentleman of leisure, as we say.
Uh-huh.
Enjoying it, guys. Enjoying it.
See,
You see? Yeah, he's enjoying life.
GameStop got north of 26, 26.39.
Right.
Maybe they'll turn that resistance into some support now. That could be fun.
Well, I noticed SPY is pumping too, so I wonder if it's linked. If they pegged it.
Who's pegged?
Ooh. SPY with what is it? A GME with SPY pegging. It's a new normal here. Is it called pegging le tits? Oh man, I'm getting out of this trade. It's so dumb.
What's trade? Oh.
Yeah, well, I'll wait it out. Man, why?
Last Friday was looking better.
Yeah. No.
You still on it?
On what?
Your AMC phone?
Oh, yeah, that doesn't expire until like the 25th.
Okay.
2 weeks out. Fly me out. 2 weeks out. Because I bought the whole 420 thing on the screen.
Okay.
The kitty. I am still up.
Yeah. Let me see if I have any good news. They just started earnings season too.
I bought me some Ensure Plus
I'm looking at yeah. What do you
nutrition shake just in case.
do?
And I used to live on those things. You can't go wrong. You can't. I used to keep a case of those in Old Red, just in the back with all the tools and all that stuff. In absolute emergency, get a little blood sugar. You don't have time to eat. You're in the heat of battle, and pound one of those, shake one of those suckers up and pound it, and you'd be right as rain.
Nicely done. Yeah, just in case. You never know. I don't eat well, so.
brother's tranny whore.
Transvor.
Oh, he's sleeping, man. He keeps odd hours. He's like a night owl. That guy stays up all night long.
All night. All night.
Both of you guys doing a duet.
Yep.
We could do a lot of that.
Ooh.
Figure out what's going on. Mrs. Pirate just sent me a text that said we're passing by at 3,000. I don't know if she's passing by the house at 3,000 feet or if they just climbed past 3,000 feet.
Or
I don't know if she gave me the wrong tail number or something because I've got flight aware up and I don't even show the plane leaving the ground.
Right, tails.
Well, she's getting flown out as we speak.
Ooh, fly me out. Now why?
$26.44.
Now why?
GameStop. Look at GameStop.
Can't stop. Won't stop. GameStop.
Looking all positive. 5%. What's up with that? What's up with that?
They're on this piano.
Hey, Logan, Mom and them's flying by down the beach if you want to see.
Be there soon in less than a minute. EQR.
Where?
Now why?
SONN. CRSP. METC.
Thanks for the suggestion, Grayleaf. You're right. I needed to refresh the screen. Yep.
BTU. Moment. GNA. NEO.
Oh yeah,
He told me he'd planned on flying west to Mobile, try to hit one of those all-you-can-eat buffets at the casinos. But he did mention that if the weather out that way wasn't as nice, he would go east towards Destin. So that's what it must be doing. He's giving her the little sightseeing tour. It's protected airspace over the intercoastal here by the house, but he can fly out over the Gulf of America. So it looks like he's going to take her up the Gulf, up the beach, and then into Destin, or perhaps Andalusia.
What's up?
Yucca, just so you know, we can hear you, buddy. Hot mic.
real hot mic.
Yeah, I'm going to move him.
Something moving with Portage PRT. Treasury bond yields set for the largest weekly rise since 1981.
Which means they're dumping them. That means that's not retail doing that. That's heavy hitters unloading U.S. treasuries. Oh, GameStop. I'm getting some hate candles there. Try to knock Jimmy back down below that 26.
See a silhouette. See a silhouette. Yeah. Feel the tension building in your chest. See a silhouette. See a silhouette. Yeah. Feel the tension building in your chest. Building in your chest. In the moonlight, I can see the shadow. Everywhere I go, I can hear the echo. It's so close, 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 the echo. It's so close. Something wicked, something wicked. Oh, something wicked. This way comes. In the moonlight, I can see the shadow. Everywhere I go, I can hear the echo. It's so close, the echo. It's so close, the echo. It's so close,
IT focus. DVD by C.
the echo. It's so close, the echo. So close, something
RP
wicked,
Mix.
something wicked. Oh,
GMC Chart.
wicked.
STG Hard.
This way comes. Something wicked, something wicked. Oh, something wicked. This way comes.
Fly me out. Sorry about that.
No, I just moved you, man. I didn't want everybody to be all up in your business, man. Year-ahead inflation expectations hit the highest level since November of 1981. A lot of the big brains are pretty convinced that we've got some serious inflation coming. I've seen some of the other think tanks this morning telegraphing their punch, saying that we're headed for a recession, which many of us, myself included, have said that we've been in a recession for some time now. They've just gone to great lengths to hide it. Now, how deep it becomes, that's another matter.
A lot of people buying the same day $25 calls on GameStop for today.
Zero-day expirations.
Yes. Looking at some stats here on Polymarket, 66% of people are betting that there's a chance that the U.S. and China will reach a trade deal before June. Right now, betting as far as Fed decisions in May for the interest rates, 4% saying that there will be a 50 basis point decrease, 18% say a 25% basis point decrease, and 77% say no change. %62% are saying there's the current odds for a U.S. recession in 2025.
Well, I must confess, I'm a little bit more than I'm quite anxiety ridden. Wife and son out over the Gulf of Mexico, so I'm gonna have to lean on the gummies to calm myself down a little bit. I know it's only
Yeah, I would be.
it's
I
only
would
lunchtime,
be.
so you'll have to excuse me if I go to the chemicals a little early today, but I think it's warranted.
You got to do it. There's something to understand in a way.
I'm upon a do-it-yourself hack last night, and I put it on Discord, rugged. But I was gonna share it today. I meant to try to keep it in my back pocket, if you will, until our new friend, illegal immigrant, showed up. I was going to share it for them, but it doesn't look like he's going to be here today. But I'll go ahead and share it with the rest of the class. If you want to retile your entire home, the poster was advocating that you drive to your Home Depot or Lowe's, you gather up 10 Mexicans from the parking lot, the illegals who would hang out there looking for work, bring them home to your house, you buy the tile for them, set them to work retiling your entire home. Once the entire job is finished, right towards the end, you call immigration up and turn them in as being here illegally. Then you don't have to pay them. The immigration comes and arrests them from your house, so then you don't have to pay them for laying the tile. And then you also get to collect the bounty, the reward. So you get free tile in your house, and then you get a paycheck from immigration. So if you need tile put down in your house, there's a little do-it-yourself tip for you.
What if they arrest you for employing illegal workers?
Yeah, that's immigration's not after that. They're after the illegal immigrant. So
I think immigration.
Look, I'm just passing it on to you. Yeah, Nana says she needs a new roof. There you go, Nana, new roof, new tile, whatever. You get the idea. But yeah, I'm not vouching for the I'm not vouching for the validity of this, whether it works or not. I'm just passing on what I think I stumbled upon a hack. If you're a do-it-yourselfer, if you like to make a little money or work the angles.
White House said talks with Iran will be direct.
Right on, man. Funky Pizza says you just reminded he has some homemade Mary Jane cookies that his buddy made for him. He's going to do a virtual cheers. Yeah, cheers. Cheers right back at you, Funky Pizza, by all means.
White House said tariff rate on China remains at the 145% level. White House says Trump going to Saudi trip, could be more countries.
And she said she's got her phone, and she said she was going to take some pictures, but I told her to enjoy the moment. I didn't want her to miss out. Feel like it was some sort of a task that I was assigning her. I did ask her to send me a few pictures, and I'm sure she'll take some. But resting a little bit easier. They're in over the Gulf of America now. They took a heading due north, and I think he's following I-10 towards Andalusia. So at least I don't have to worry about them swimming.
You said the Gulf of America?
Gulf of America.
America, that's right. Mm-hmm.
It's not so bad, Mike, if they're close to the beach, because it wouldn't be the first time somebody's had to land on that beach over there. These little tail draggers that pull the banners up and down, advertising for the titty bars and the airbrush T-shirt tourist trap.
Yeah,
they've had a few of those over the years who've lost oil pressure and lost their little engine and had to land on it.
Oh, that when I hear exactly, Fire. When I hear that,
run the vacationers and the spring breakers all need to haul ass when they see them coming in, But if you're way out over the Gulf and you can't make it back to the beach, it could get a little bit sketchy.
Yeah. I would be a nervous parent as well. Absolutely. You got a lot of precious cargo in that it's a high value item up there. You don't. Yes, they don't normally keep president and vice president in the same place. You know.
That's what happened to John Kennedy Jr. You know, fucking around in an airplane and thought he knew more than he did.
Oh, but yeah, the weather was pretty treacherous up at Martha's
Vineyard. Poor training. You know,
Yep.
It's one of those examples where you don't want someone to buy their license or buy their certifications because they'll pay the price. They'll pay a price for that. You really want hard instructors. You want instructors who are kind of a dick, who are very strict, because in the end,
those are the ones Yunka likes, the hard dick instructors, right?
Strictly dickly, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can't.
It looks like they made it to Andalusia. He's doing some what we call a crash and dash, which is a touch and go. He gets credit for a landing if his wheels touch down. So,
wow. Does Mr. Pirate get motion sickness at all?
No, not at all. No seasickness, no motion sickness. But she is terrified of flying.
Wow.
So I said I got to brag on her a little bit. She's terrified, even being in a big jet and stuff. She doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So it shows an incredible amount of courage for my little girl to get in that plane. But this is I got to brag on her.
Very nice. I haven't been flying in quite some time myself, so I can certainly relate.
Fly me out.
Yes, we will. Yes.
Kind of sucks because he has to build some time, and I'm going to have to spend some money renting airplanes for the foreseeable future. And me being a maintainer, I could keep an aircraft as cheap as anybody. I don't have to pay for annual inspections and things of that nature. I still have to pay for the hangar space and all that, and of course the plane and insurance. But I just don't have the dry powder right now, and it's another example of timing. If this thing was squeezed and Moab would kick off, it's one of those things where my life could be enhanced a great deal because I could go get him the plane that he dreams of, and then he could build his hours in his own aircraft. And instead of me making payments on, every time you rent somebody else's plane, you're just making a payment for them. It's the same as home ownership. You do need to have some discretionary cash, as they say. That's not in the offing for us right now, but it's the same way with the pool. There's some things I would do different on my pool. There's things I would do different if I had an abundance of cash. But the way sometimes I get lucky with timing and sometimes I'm not. And it'll be my luck that once all these little projects are done and I'm wrapped up, then we'll see some sort of a squeeze event. And of course, I'll need money in the future just as much as I need money now, but
I just got to give a quick bit of credit to Yucca. He takes a lot of fun jokes made towards him, and I think
laughter at his expense.
Yeah, and he doesn't get all pissy about it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that for the sake of our community, our people, our entertainment. That's good. You need to have someone or two that are among us who just probably more level-headed than I am. Is that he just
Fly me out.
yeah, we will. We will. He's like our court jester. I understand. Biggest call purchase. Well, the biggest call today on GameStop, 988 contracts at 1:09 p.m. Eastern time. 12,000 contracts. Yeah, let's see here. What are people buying? 30. Let's see. More. We got some people buying the 25.50 calls for today. 26.50. Some people buying $30 calls for May 16th. Next week, some people buying. $30 calls from April 25th. We've got 10 consumer discretionary stocks with whale alerts in today's session. There's a, let's see here, this is a whale alert, helps traders discover the next big trading opportunities, yada, yada, yada. In this list included is GameStop. It's a put trade sweep for May 16th, 2025, the $40 strike. Now, the total trade cost was $46,000. So basically,
It does look for the meantime like GameStop has found some support at 26. It went from 26.40 and 26.39. It fell back down to 26, but it stayed there for quite some time now.
See, I'm one. So just because sometimes just because it's a put does not necessarily make it bearish, and now whack is the question, and that is because it's a $40. The put is at the $40 strike, meaning that it's not. They're not saying it's a 30. They're not saying it's a 25. They're going farther out. They're going up to 40, and they're saying, well, they think it'll be under 40 by then. Well, that's good news because it's not 20. They're saying it. They're not buying it close because they think they need some room. So, yeah, that's considered a bullish put sweep, if you can imagine that.
Wow, fly me out.
Mm-hmm.
Starting wage per hour. In Los Angeles, California, it's $16.50, according to the textile workers. In Vietnam, it's $1.50 an hour.
Oh.
So there you go. For any of you out there who scratching your head and can't quite figure out what all the kerfuffle is about. Try to make Levi's in California, or you can make them in Vietnam. Would you rather pay people $1.50 an hour or $16.50 an hour? Which one of those you think would lead to better profits?
NVOT is up to $2.23, up 25% on the day. I have a minuscule 35 shares at an average cost of $1.29. I have a large position on Argo blockchain that I'm down $24,938 on. That one hurts a little bit. So I'm hoping that turns around or average down like crazy.
A few issues there. I think I lost my comm for a minute.
Federal Reserve absolutely ready to stabilize market if needed. Top official says U.S. Central Bank prepared to act with various tools. Susan Collins says. Various tools.
Rugged, were you able to hear my last comment about the wage differences? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if my comms went down before that or after that.
Quite a gate there. Yeah, you're looking at this pool, the fish tank here, and you see how the sharks. So you're
Would you like a cup of tea? Can you paint the roses red? Is it getting curiouser? Can you grow to 10 feet tall? Can you play a game of croquet? Can you tell the cat from the smile? Is it getting curiouser? We are all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. It's strange that all my friends are mad. We are all mad here. Do you ever stop to think that maybe you've gone mad? Do you think you're gonna wake up? Is it getting curiouser? Is the door getting smaller? Is the bottle getting bigger? Do you think you've been here before? Is it getting curiouser? We are all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. It's strange that all my friends are mad. We are all mad here. Do you ever stop to think it may be you've gone mad? Do you think you're gonna wake up? Is it getting curiouser? Is the door getting smaller? Is the bottle getting bigger? Do you think you've been here before? Is it getting curiouser? We all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad. It's strange that all my friends are mad. We are all mad here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, step right up. Step right up. Come closer. You won't believe your eyes behind this curtain. Witness something new.
fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no, I'm not. They said, see. Someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. When someone told me I live in a fantasy land. I laughed so hard, I nearly fell off my unicorn. I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no.
2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 6, 4 now, 4 now, 5, 5 now, 4, 4, 4 now, has 84.
Shark bait! Ooh ha ha!
I was like, what do you mean? They said, you're in denial. I said, no, I'm not. They said, see.
PRTG. THTS.
ASPI.
Pirate, just a heads up. Maybe you don't know, but you are not making noise. Just a heads up.
MBA.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here quietly.
Cool.
But I appreciate you looking out for me. I'm always plagued with communication issues or bad microphones or something, so I appreciate the help. As you can well imagine, I'm a little distracted. I've got my phone radar up and all that.
Yep.
NAOB.
One o'clock, Florida Panhandle pirate time. AMC at $2.95. GameStop at $26.32. Nothing too exciting. Kind of like watching paint dry. Step away for a moment. I have the sprinkler running outside on some new sod. I need to go do an adjustment. I'll be back as quickly as I can.
I'm here, Rug. I'm having myself a little leftovers for lunch. I'm gonna have my microphone muted, but I'll be with you, bud.
Hello.
EFRG.
It would appear I have a Nice tax deduction, $10,000 in Bior just vaporized. I've known it was dead money. I've considered it dead money for some time. At least now it's official, so I think what's the limit? $3,500 you can deduct per year. So take me a little over almost 3 years to write that off.
You're talking about on stocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3,000 usually for jointly.
There you go. It'll take me, 4 years. I got the next 4 years worth of my max out deduction set up. At least it's official.
It's funny, if you register yourself as a full-time trader, your deductions can be significantly higher.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a loophole there.
Well, yeah, I don't trade enough for it. I mean, I guess if I was going to start booking losses on something else, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think all I have left now is Lucid.
Lucid will be fine.
Yeah, but that's another one. And I don't have anything. I just have a pittance in Lucid. Not enough to even pay attention to it much. How much money do you think the shorts made off of Bior? You know, they shorted that thing. And now that it's delisted, they never have to cover their shorts. You're aware of that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Everyone is.
I don't know.
That's a big win, man. There's no denying it for them. It's a big fucking win.
I sometimes can't help but wonder if certain companies get themselves listed only to get, as a lure, just to then be intentionally pummeled into the ground.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with the IPOs. And the IPOs it's not like it was back in the old days. IPO now is just a way for the founders to cash out. It has nothing to do with providing money for the company and all those things happen. But the single biggest thing it does on IPO day is when it goes from being a private company to publicly traded. The first thing that happens is the founders and the first money in, the people who financed it, all of that, investors, they get a monstrous payday. It's like I said, at the risk of sounding gloom and doom, on a Friday, the stock market's really kind of turned into just a giant con casino. Yeah, you're exactly right, Paul. All the shares they borrowed and sold, it's done. That's how their side wins these gargantuan plays. My son really needs to stay up for 3 hours today, and he's coming right up close to the 2-hour mark. So it's looking pretty good.
Did you find them on Flight Radar?
Yeah.
Okay.
GrayLeaf helped me. I forgot to refresh, and it was showing me the old stuff. So yeah, I've been preoccupied with that, going to the truth.
You put on the augmented reality view, where you could see like their perspective.
No, I don't pay for any of this. It's free. I can barely navigate the thing. It doesn't even auto refresh. I got to go in and refresh it myself, and all it does is show the longitude and latitude, altitude, speed, airspeed, and then it shows the map. It shows their position on a map. So.
Okay.
They're back on the ground. He didn't get his 3 hours in. He got 2. They have safely landed. The missus just sent me a text. Man, she's all excited. I'm relieved I can breathe once again. I don't think I've ever been so concerned about an airplane in my entire existence. I asked her if it was fun. I'm sure she'll have a lot to say when she gets home. She typed in that they did a power off 180, which is a family joke because it's something he struggled with one of his instructors. There's some drama behind it, but somewhere in the last few hours, he did a power off 180 where you shut the engine off completely and then you turn the plane 180 degrees. So he did that, and so that was the big joke after all the drama that it produced and all that. That was, I said, fun ? And she typed in, we did a power off 180, and I thought that's really funny.
He must have had to double check with her before doing that, I imagine. And did he tell you that he was going to do that in advance?
No. I lectured him before. I didn't lecture him, but when he left, I said, "Listen, don't ruin my mom's experience." I shouldn't have even said anything. Listen, I got to give him credit. Sometimes I state the obvious to my son, and sometimes they just roll their eyes and put up with me. He's quickly achieving the manhood where my influence over him is just about gone, and I want it to be that way. But no, I said, no yanking and banking.
Right.
And he said, he's like, I wouldn't do that, Dad. He's like, and she's like, well, I might want to have a little fun. And he's like, standard rules apply. Whatever she wants to do is what we'll do. He's like, I'm not going to make her sick. But she's never been seasick or anything like that on sailboats, jet skis, motorcycle, riding on the back of my Harley. So I wasn't concerned about her getting sick. But she's all jacked up and happy.
I mean, yeah, you got to be probably, whenever you do something that challenges your,
fears, kind of coming to terms with their fear. Yeah.
And then you get through it okay. I mean, I look back to even zip lining in Colorado, and I guess I did it. And, but that was a lot of fun. Incredible amount of fun. But people have accidents sometimes, such as.
Well, that's why it's exhilarating when you do things that are a little bit on the, I guess, the exciting side, is because there is an element of danger to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of part of the deal.
Yep. Oops.
Thank you, son.
You know,
Last time she had fun, she said that they did a power off 180. Can you believe that shit? I have to be careful with the gummies this afternoon. It's a beautiful day. Everything's going well for the most part. Friday, I could get in real trouble with the gummies. No, Nana, power off 180. You turn the engine off so the propeller stops turning. Like if an engine dies, and then you have to turn the aircraft 180 degrees. So instead of, if you're flying west, you got to turn it around and go east to see if you can control the aircraft while it has absolutely no engine. It's just gliding, if you will. And it was a big source of drama in the house because it was something he struggled with a particular instructor. He was in college. She was a brand new CFI. She was kind of young and blah, blah, blah. But it was some family drama, the whole power of how he was struggling with to get the technique down for a power off 180. So when I asked Mrs. Pirate if she had fun, she just typed in, yeah, he did a power off 180 and did the LOL because, like I said, it's a family joke. She's all impressed, though. She sent me a text that said, I'm so proud of him. We shouldn't ask him to do anything else. I know this might come as a surprise to some of you, but I'm constantly pushing my boys. I know you're like, no way, Pirate, not you. I know, but I'm constantly sticking my foot in their ass to tell them to do more and this, that, and the other. That's the way it's supposed to be. But her idea, I think she's coming back with it. I need to back off is what it's coming down to. Like, okay, all right, I can read the room. What are you going to do? That's a mother for you. 1 hour left on the game clock. AMC at $2.92. GameStop at $26.16. What's up, Yucca?
Oh. All right.
Yucca, you got a hot mic, just so you know.
Mike.
I can hear something running in the background, like an air conditioner or an air compressor.
Now why?
He must have been standing underneath one of his machines.
Now, drum roll, please. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, man. Man, I've had some characters come through my life that I've had to cause to, come across. He will go down in history. He's the one I'll never forget. I guess that's just the way it is. And I've never met the man. I guess it's just like any other celebrity, whether it's a movie star or somebody on TV or.
Oh, he's a celebrity?
Well, whatever, man. You think about it, man. That fucking, it's amazing to me, man. He really has created a place for himself on the interwebs, man.
No.
Blows my, it just blows my mind.
But do you understand now why?
Fuck me, man.
Fuck right now, why?
A celebrity. I love it.
What's
Can you still hear the machine?
Since the bus coming at you with another
No.
video.
No, it went away. What'd you do? Turn it off or walk somewhere else in your shop?
No, I put on my my earbuds.
Headset.
That cuts it out.
Yeah. We could hear everything. When you walk, you could hear your footsteps. That's how sensitive it is.
Oh damn! Can you
No
hear
shit.
my high heels? No, it's my shoes. Plastic shoes. That's straight out of China. Straight out of China. The Nike plastic shoe. Man, low price shoes.
How you think it's gonna go, Yucca? I'm serious, man. Do you think the Chinese will bend the knee and renegotiate and do something fair, or do you think Trump is gonna cave in, or do you think this thing's gonna just keep getting worse?
I think they're gonna
Don't be
settle.
rude.
They're gonna settle in the middle. Yeah, I think it's gonna settle in the middle. No. I prefer Japanese products versus Chinese products. I think they should negotiate with Japan.
Here recently, I've toyed with the idea of buying a house in Japan.
Yeah,
And
an earthquake over there.
Whatever. I've thought about it. I don't know that I'll act on it, but it's a recurring concept that keeps popping back into my head. And a lot of it, most of it is because my son went there. My son and his girlfriend from college, they flew over there. And at the time she was doing an internship for Delta, so they got to fly practically for free. I mean, it didn't cost them anything. So they went to him and her got their passports, and they went to Japan. And when he came back, just everything he told me about it was nothing short of amazing. So they love Americans. They love Americans. He said the city is incredibly clean. He's like, everything is convenient and modern. He's like, you feel safe. And they let you buy property there, And I was thinking to myself, man, my problem is I'm too old to learn a new language. But
no, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I know that
he took a lot of pictures too, and showed me everything about the city. And I thought to myself, man, I could see having a place over there.
I know that Transvar has a house out in what is it called? Thailand?
New York
or Vietnam?
Oh, does he have one? I didn't know. Here he is asking.
Hey,
Trevor, you got a condo? Do you have a condominium in the Philippines?
No, I do not.
Don't
listen to this guy.
Bangkok.
Translandia.
You got a 2-bedroom, 1 bath outside of Bangkok.
Translandia.
Why?
Are you building a theme park called Translandia?
Translandia.
Transylvania.
It's still too early in the day for you, Yaka.
Tranny World. It's Tranny World.
There you go.
To the Disneyland, it's Tranny World. Trannyland.
Trannyland. Translandia.
Not right now.
No, not right now. Really?
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Wake up?
No, I'm just out of it today. I'm just stressed out from work. So yeah,
you work all night?
I don't know. Weather sucks. It's just kind of.
It is.
Yeah.
Did you work all night?
I did. Yes.
He normally does.
Yeah, as you should.
Up till about 5.
What quarter?
Trying to get caught up.
Figueroa,
Yeah, I was waiting for you to drive by your nightly routine.
Ooh,
Riley Kisser.
I had a friend of mine. There's a friend of mine whose mom.
Sure, it's you. We know. Oh,
and she would literally go drive by one of the teachers' homes like once or more daily.
For what?
She was nosy until she banged him.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. That works out.
Yeah, he was banging a lot of moms that particular year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Better bang moms than students.
Yeah. And he played a lot of Yanni music, and he wore CK.
Yanni music.
Yes, he played Yanni and Earth Science Club, and
wow.
Yep,
this can't be true, Rugged.
He wore sandals. I can see him now. He wore sandals, didn't he? And like a leather jacket with fringe on it. Something from the 60s. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
going up playing some Michael Bolton.
Or is he more of like a cable knit sweater guy, turtleneck?
No.
Yeah.
He would bring us on hikes, and I had them for two different years. 6th grade science and 8th grade you did earth science.
What'd you guys call him? The mom banger? You had to have a nickname for him. Did you call him the mom banger? The MILF hunter, MILF slayer.
Yeah, well, you know, we just kind of knew, you know. I actually had
MILF pimp. He was a MILF pimp.
So one of his moms were kind of friends of my mom. My mom was clean. I don't want to, tarnish my mom here, but I had.
So wait, what's that? So he banged all the moms, just not yours, right? Your mom was special. Everybody else's mom got banged by the mom banger, but not your mom. You said all the moms. You said all the moms.
Yeah, that's like saying the words, and now I'm accusing you of saying the words. You're saying naughty words live on air right now. The word you just said it, naughty words. No. And I had this phone, and I had a phone in my bedroom that my dad had given me. It was like a Hamburg.
Sure you did. Phone. Sure you did. How did I not guess that you had your own phone when you were a kid?
Well, but it had it was weird. I discovered at one point that you could basically eavesdrop on the line of the whole house just by putting your ear up to this thing without even picking up without lifting up the receiver, which was kind of interesting. But I had to, so you just press your ear to it and you could literally hear everything. And then one night, I was hearing my mom and this other mom talk about it, and it was very disturbing because I could hear somebody.
Hey, listen, I know you had money. You guys you had like a housekeeper, didn't you? I bet anything you've had a housekeeper at some time in your life. Like you guys had, because I know you guys had it going on. You can. It's okay, man. You don't have to.
I grew up
hide your candle under a bushel.
Things were better back then. I will say. I felt like things were better, but I just grew up with my mom. But yeah, obviously she had a pretty crazy divorce agreement. I'll just leave it at that. But so I could hear, I was listening to this thing and I'm like hearing about how he basically came over to the house and brought like a bottle of Chardonnay and they drank it. And I guess he put her on the table and did her on the table. Now, you have to also think about the fact that I used to just go over there and do a lot of like homework and different projects, and we would sit at the table. and this was kind of
that table took on a whole new meaning. It had a whole new opinion of that table, didn't you?
Yes.
Was the bottom of your hand sticky when you lifted it up?
That's funny, man.
I don't know. Yeah. It was just kind of jarring to hear this, and
man, did you see all the here lately? They've had a rash of teachers being arrested for having sex with like 17-year-old boys. Man, first thing I want to know is where the fuck were these teachers at when I was 17 years old? And these women are attractive ladies now. It's not like some under the bridge cave dwelling troglodyte. These are some really attractive women. And they're banging their brains out of these 17-year-old boys. And I get it, man. It's against the law. But all I know is I remember being 17, and I'm sure the rest of you men do too. You remember being 17.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm not just going to come right out and tell you, I would have felt like a really blessed man. I'd felt like I hit the lottery. But for whatever reason, there's this rash, and there's this rash of this thing happening now. And I'm just like, well, I'm wondering what has changed.
I don't know. I had to wear almost like a colostomy bag to regularly extract the semen from myself to not explode. So it's one way to kind of get around things. But yeah, I can completely understand. It's like weird. It's a bizarre affliction to be a male, especially in your teenage years like that.
Well, my question is: has it always been happening?
I imagine
I just wasn't blessed to be able to partake of the bounty at that time.
Yeah.
Was that the case? I just wasn't one of the chosen one. Or so what you're telling me is some of my friends when I was in high school as a junior and senior, some of those guys were getting some of that teacher's ass. It's always been there. It's just now being revealed.
My question is, do these women, young pretty ladies, do they go into that field knowing that that's what they want to do, or does it just happen? Like, do they? Do they like?
You just have to ask one. I have a theory on it, though. I have a theory. A lot of them. I have a theory on it that because a lot of them weren't like the pick of the litter in high school. Like, they were never the prom queen or the captain of the cheerleaders, or in some cases couldn't even get on the cheerleading squad. Whatever. They were mid to lower. So they go and get a degree in education. They go back and they get to operate in that same high school environment. And just remember now, they're not that many years out of it. So now they're back in there, but there's a power dynamic. Even they're almost as powerful as the prom queen or the captain of the cheerleader squad because they're a teacher. And there you go. What's Van Halen's song? Hot for Teacher. I got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. I'm hot for teacher. Yeah.
Fly me out, fly me out.
I don't know. I'm just curious what you guys thought. Has it always been happening, or is it just new? Is that just a new thing? Yeah. And I know it goes back. I mean, there was one that made the news where the one girl, I think she got pregnant by one of her students, and I think that was like in the late '90s or something.
I think it happened. I don't think it happened.
That was all over the news. And I think after he got out of school and turned 18 or something, they ended up getting married again. I don't know. But
I think it just didn't happen as much, perhaps. I think the further back you go in time, the more taboo it would be.
Right. So the more risk, the more social risk if you got caught. So that precluded a lot of them now. I guess they feel the green light. They're just like,
I don't know.
I know one thing, man. If the roles were reversed, and it is sometimes, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm just seeing a whole bunch of the women hoogering up on the young high school boys. But I know if the roles were reversed and that was a man banging one of his high school students, ooh, goddamn. And they should. They rightfully should, because they're there. They have a position of authority over that child, and it's not about emotions. You're leveraging that authority. It's bad stuff. But it's just interesting, man. When you think about, like I said, if the thought of these young, good-looking teachers. I know when I was a 17-year-old boy, I would have just felt like it was a blessing that fell out of the heavens into my lap. Now there are other people out there who will say, "Well, no, that's pedophilia. She's a teacher, and he's just whatever the ages are, and they, the strictest definition, they would be right." But I think it's an interesting observation that there's two completely different views on it, depending upon whether the sex offender is a male or a female. Crazy though. The latest one's come out, man. She's got a husband and 2 kids, and it's all over the news. They got her in a courtroom and all that. I'm like, man, talk about destroying some lives, man. I'm thinking to myself, dude, they have absolutely no affection for all those people they're hurting. Crazy stuff, man.
My brother's going to Tokyo. He's going to Japan next week, actually. Doing more stuff with the brewery. They have a lot of collaborations that they do. They ship beer there.
So are they just a producer for other labels or licenses, or do they have their own, brand?
He has his own brand. Yeah.
Really? So it's like one of these small breweries.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you to reveal too much. I mean, it's like a craft beer. It's kind of like a craft beer thing, like Fat Tire, or fucking Pirates IPA, or whatever. It's, they're not trying to compete with Budweiser or Michelob, any of that. They're looking for a market who's after those craft artisan beers.
They did win Best Small Brewery of the Year award a couple years back for Portland,
Be
Oregon.
careful, you share too much, it'll be easy to figure out who they are.
No, you'd have to know what year it was. But they do pretty well. They're doing better, and they've been expanding.
Good night, Muller.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Fly me outside.
Okay.
Fly me outside. All right. Let's head out.
How's your screen doing? On the cart.
Oh, the robot.
Yeah. How's that going?
They're pretty good. I mean, it's been pretty good.
Have you done the 3D scanning yet?
Not yet.
No, you got to do it this weekend.
I have to do it this weekend. I have to.
You got it.
I gotta do it. I'm doing it tonight, probably this afternoon.
Not right now.
Not right now. I'm doing it today. I've already decided because it's gonna slow down a little bit. I mean, I've got a lot of orders, but everybody's going on break for 2 weeks.
Yeah. My kids are off next week. I'm scared.
Yeah. Don't be afraid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have some downtime a little bit. I do have a lot of orders, but I don't need to give it to them until 2 weeks.
Tranivore has a lot of orders too.
Oh, Transylvania, huh?
Come on. I bet he's working on something right now.
He probably is working on something for someone. Not right now.
Yeah, I've got 2 weeks to make up.
And it's getting. I gotta check the water or the coolant in my cube. I don't want this one overheating.
Oh,
now that it starts to get hot.
What, you having problems with it?
I'm not, but you just don't want to wait until you have problems. You gotta do before. Come on, Trans4, you know these things.
Come on, man.
Aren't you a mechanic?
Well, it's not typical that people just wake up and say, you know what, I'm going to check my coolant today.
It's not typical.
What kind of a mechanic are you guys? Are you like a mine shaft kind of mechanic?
Oh. You know what I'm having tonight? I'm having pizza.
Oh, Bad Boys Pizza?
Oh, yeah. I feel like having pizza. Then a beer. I'll probably hang out at the Nectar.
The long nectar?
What?
You know, the spotted parking lot.
Who did he long neck?
Ooh.
Wow.
Mac and cheese? No. Yeah, fly me out, baby. Can't believe it.
Can't believe what?
I can't believe that the market is moving up, but we're still in the same place.
There were no margin calls.
Yep.
Not any that were big enough to do anything. It hasn't happened yet. There was no crash. That little hiccup that we saw the other day, that's nothing happened.
90 days.
Those were shorts covering. That was,
Yeah. Could be. You know what? They could just say, hey, you know what? Let's bring it down and blame Trump while you guys get back in and cover. Okay.
It's not even, you couldn't even call it a dead cat bounce, because for that, you need a big fall to have a dead cat bounce. You need something that just falls off a cliff, and then it makes a bottom, and then comes up a little bit, and it just looks, it gives the appearance that, okay, that's it. We got it. And it's not a real bottom. It's just a momentary hiccup or tradable. Sometimes, I've seen somebody talking to yesterday about it's a bear bull run. It's a bear market, but you're getting a little blip, tradable blip.
Makes sense.
We call it a bear rally. My gummy's hitting hard, so I couldn't come up with the right word, but that's what it's called, a bear rally. It's a bear market, but you have a day or so, and it was, everybody knows why. There was all sorts of speculation.
Now,
Can't imagine what the algorithms were doing, and there's, the wild swings from tariffs to 90-day pause.
Dingleberry Ponds.
I can hear your turn signal, and it made me think about Blinker Boy. Who remembers Blinker Boy?
Yeah,
He's from Austria. Wasn't he from Belgium? He was from Belgium.
Yeah, he was over at where was he? He was in Bigham's chat last time.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't come by anymore. He makes fun of him so much, I think.
Yeah, I fucked with him pretty hard. He's a trust fund baby, man. His mom and dad were in the banking business. They owned their own bank, and I think they sold out or what. But so he's worked there. You can imagine if they owned a bank, I'm sure he had a little job or something. But I kind of got it out of him. He doesn't exactly set the world on fire, but I think he comes from wealth, so it allows him to kind of fuck around. He's a funny dude, though, man. Kind of funny in just kind of an odd way. Yep, you're right, Nana Ape. Stock whiz. Blinker Boy. I remember that name too, Con. Lowboy 66. That goes way back. Yeah. How many of y'all remember a guy named Grandpa Barney?
Now, wow.
That name goes way
Yeah, I
back.
do.
No?
Yep.
Yeah. He was
I do.
he worked for the power company. He was like a linesman for electrical utility company. Shoveled tons of fucking super chats towards Trey.
Oh, short to Vix. I thought he.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought he was a pervert because he would give short to Vix like $100 and like this old man is trying to get into his little
threw money. He threw money away like it was like. And I thought to myself, you could tell. Said a lot about his character, but yeah, he was a real present for a while there.
Yep.
Seeing a lot of them come and go.
Yep. And I think he got out at a loss.
Yeah, that's what Donkey Kong said, or Nana said. He sold with Tony De Niro and the rest of those guys. Good for you, Nana. I didn't expect much to happen with AMC this afternoon, but I thought that GameStop would get a run. I just had a weird hunch it could be the gummies talking, but I just thought that they would have a pretty dramatic spike here at the end of the day. Still got a half an hour left. But I'll be back in a little bit, guys. My family just showed up. I want to hear all about this. I'll be on mute for just a little while.
Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. 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 Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong.
I beg your pardon. I'm back. Yep, they had a hell of a time, just as I expected.
Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong. Apes together strong.
Long they spin that over the Gulf of America there, Pirate.
Say again, buddy. I only got part of that.
How long did they spend out over the Gulf?
2 hours. Well, maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, he was up. They flew for about 2 hours, and halfway, half of it each way was over. Over the Gulf. They just hugged the coastline. So, yeah, on the 2 hour flight, they're probably out there an hour and 30 minutes, or 40 minutes over the water.
That's cool, man. And kudos to her too.
Mrs. says she got a whole bunch of good pictures. I haven't seen them yet. They just got home. They're hungry, looking for something to eat.
Yeah, good deal, man.
Yeah, it's a nice way to kick off the weekend. You got nice weather down here.
Yeah, here too. It's beautiful.
The audio, I was surprised at how uncomfortable I got. I haven't been that nervous. I can't remember the last time. And I didn't expect that. I don't get particularly anxious when Jesse goes up by himself. I haven't for a long time. Always concerned, you're always. So I don't know. I guess it's the idea that the missus and him were up there together. So yeah, kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, I can tell that. They're safe on the ground now, so all's well. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's good to go, man. We all celebrating great memories and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Minutes left. It'll be another week in the record books.
Yeah, that's what I was doing here, just kind of checking in to look at what the day did here. SPY kind of recovering. Looks like everything's greener than it was, that's for sure. A little bit of whiplash the last couple of days.
Yeah, I'm somewhat of a control freak. So the idea that both of them can be in an airplane and be that far out and all that, that's kind of drives home that, like, well, you're not in control here, sport. I'm usually accustomed to having at least some ability to leverage my will on any event, whether it's something that happens in town, if I have to get in my truck and drive over there or what have you. So I was kind of operate under the premise that whatever happens, I'll be capable of making it all fixed up. But that's one of those instances where you realize it's kind of rubbed in your face, like, yeah, you don't have anything to do. You don't have any say here. Mm-hmm. There's certain vulnerability that kind of goes with that, and I'm not particularly comfortable with it. Let's put it that way.
I do understand.
Yeah, I don't like being scared.
Putting both my boys on one airplane at the same time is goes through your mind,
Yeah, same thing. Like, I don't care for this, so I'm going to try to avoid this to the extent that I can.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Maybe you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from a certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There will see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Maybe you don't know yet.
And did you get nervous on the approach for the landing?
Maybe we can go next.
He said, I didn't freak. It was a little windy, but I didn't freak out.
It's got to be exhilarating.
Yeah.
What was it, 17 to 21 knots? Things. It was bumpy, Genesis.
That was a lot high, it wasn't that bad.
No, I'm waiting for people to see it for that.
They go bumpy.
Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
Yeah, Nana, she's never had any desire to be live on the stream. I've invited her a few times, but she weighs in and she pays really close attention. As you can well imagine, she knows pretty much all the names and who's who, all the different personalities, but she's just never had a desire to talk or be on the live stream or anything like that.
Pizza, what do you eat? I'm gonna get pizza, get your wife.
Sandy Nana wants to know if you want to go again sometime. She said, she just started like, she said, they're going tomorrow. There's your answer. I guess that's a resounding yeah.
Why did you say Louisville?
She's trying to talk him into flying her to Louisville, Kentucky tomorrow because they have a pizza joint there. Cincinnati has a hometown favorite there. It's called La Rosa's, capital L, small a, capital R, O-S-A-S, like a rose, Italian way of saying, I guess the rose, but it's called La Rosa's. The man's name was Buddy La Rosa. He started out, he's an Italian immigrant family member, but he had a pizza recipe and he made pizzas and they were good, really good pizzas. And then it grew from one store to 2 to 4, but it ended up being kind of like not a franchise. He just branched out. But if you spent any time at all in the Cincinnati area, you were familiar with La Rosa's pizza, and they're just very good. And when we grew up on them, and it was a big treat to get one. And so that's her big thing now, is that she wants him to fly her back. And the closest you can come, they've gone out of Cincinnati to branch out, is Louisville, Kentucky has one of those La Rosa's restaurants. So she wants him to fly tomorrow to Kentucky for fucking pizza.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a town here in Oklahoma called Ponca City, and there's a local airport there. There's a restaurant called Enrique's that's real popular for, people just fly in and have lunch and fly out kind of thing.
What'd be cool is if somebody needed something small flown from where you folks are to there, that'd be awesome. Make some money or something.
Uber Air.
Yeah, basically. Obviously, it's not with a person. You're probably not rated for that, but just even if it was like an envelope or an object or item or something.
Or with the idea of buying a brand new small truck, not an 18-wheeler, but like a small truck like you'd see that delivers restaurant style stuff, but it needed to be refrigerated. And my business model was going to be buy fish right off the boat dock here in Pensacola, right out of the Gulf of America, straight into the truck, and then drive to Cincinnati. And because I grew up there, I knew the market, and go there and just set myself up with a few customers, not a lot, be like a boutique thing, and have, because you can drive from Pensacola, Florida to Cincinnati in 11 hours. You can do it in 10 and a half if you're hauling ass. But just call it 11 hours driving safely, no tickets or nothing like that. And you can quite imagine there'd be no middleman. You could be, and I wanted to distribute, like I said, seafood. They could literally the fish could be swimming in the Gulf of America one day, and within 24 hours, they could be on a restaurateur's plate in downtown Cincinnati. I probably got Audio's attention because this is kind of his world with vegetables. But I never shared that with you, Audio, but I thought about that a couple of times once.
Yeah, you were talking about delivering to restaurants and trucks and stuff like that, and so it popped. Yeah, it popped on the cab overs, man. I always like those cab overs because they're easy to be in and out of. Once you get used to, you got to go way out into the intersection before you make a turn and all that kind of stuff because you're sitting on top of or in front of the wheels. But those, I always enjoyed those better than those bigger Freightliners and stuff that we got. I didn't do a whole lot of that in the last few years, but back in the day, those little Mitsubishi cab overs were awesome. But yeah, there's people who do that. There's a guy that sort of does that locally here that goes down, comes back. It's not a daily thing, like a business, but he'll go down once or twice a week anyway. Come back.
Yep.
But all the Asian markets and all that stuff, you can find pretty much live crawfish and blue crab and all that stuff most of the time.
Oysters.
No, I don't know. Yeah, oysters. And we sold all that kind of stuff too. It's fun.
Well, the market's closed. Look like AMC closed at $2.94. GameStop, $26.30 or something? $26.31. There it is. Another day in paradise.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, let's see here.
The trick would be real rugged. Would be like to load up you can get a whole load of shrimp here, for instance, right out of or oysters, whatever fish. Take it from here to Cincinnati. That's one day up, 11 hours. Sell it to all your people, and then find something to bring home. Like if sweet corn was in season, or there's some other things that are produced in the up in that area that are available. Or if you could pick them up, as a cross dock item, and then bring that back down here. Watermelons, something like that, something substantial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rugged. What were you going to say, buddy?
I just noticed on Thinkorswim a couple. They put the headline news twice. One at 7:40 this morning, and once at 3:05 today. Basically, says these GameStop directors have followed Ryan Cohen's lead. The stock is rising. So anytime, even if something gets published positive, helps with the algos, believe it or not. So,
Now, why?
Why?
Now, why?
Yeah, I saw it, Sandy.
Quite a bit of. No, I don't know if anybody else can see this. I'm looking at the buy. I don't know what you call them, but it's basically the resulting buys, real time buys, and the order book rather. I'm seeing there's a lot of, just a whole bunch of green just lit up right around an AMC, right around the 404. All on the Q exchange. I'm not sure what the Q exchange is. I don't know if that's NASDAQ or what the heck that is. And you know what I'm noticing though? This looks like a message. You know why? Because all the buy orders are alternating. There's several, and they all say 39 and 61, all the way up and down. I don't know. It seems kind of strange. What's significant about 39 and 61? Is that like the help beacon? Oh.
Years ago, I saw a screenshot passed around, and they claimed to have had. They claimed that that's what it was, the code, and it showed. It literally showed about 20 different things on there that were meant. There were various things like I need shares, or I have shares to sell.
Yeah, 100.
Or
100.
We're all stopping.
100?
Yeah, there was like. I think there was as many as like a dozen messages, and each one of them had like I said, all you needed was that cheat sheet. Now, whether that shit was made up, whether that was made up out of whole cloth, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I think they changed it once we figured it out. But 31 and 60 what? 69 or 39 and 61. If you add those two up, it's 100. They need shares. They need shares to cover immediately. Rugged?
Wish that was the case, man.
Sell it. Sell your portfolio, Rugged. Let's see if we can have this run right now. Not financial, but
not financial. Wow. I'm just gonna I'm looking at some other like tickers to see if anything is doing anything else strange like weird pattern.
Did you see Crab Island, Sandy, when you came by?
Mom said that it was a lot more intense than she thought it was. Like what it took for me to do it, like all the shit I'm doing, drinking and flying and hitting buttons.
She sent a real nice message home for you, Jesse. She said we shouldn't ask. She said she was proud of you, and she said we shouldn't ask you to do any more. So she was. That should tell you everything. Your mother was very impressed. Huh?
Why are you drinking from the toilet?
Angie, get out here. Angie, get up. Hey.
What I don't understand about the whole signals, the tinfoil hat thing with the signals, was why would they send a signal out? Why would they put a number up like that on the order 2 book, excuse me, the level 2 book, to signify that they needed shares? Why wouldn't they just buy shares? If their shares being offered right there on the sell side, I don't understand the need to advertise I need 100 shares. Why wouldn't you just buy the 100?
I'm not really sure.
Oh, that's nice of you to say, Nan. Thank you. I mean, unless the implication, Rugged, is that there are no shares, that nothing on either side of the order book is real, that it's all just theater. And then when they put a signal up there, that's a signal that, hey, this is for real.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what it is that if you're smart money, or if you're one of the heavy hitters or whatever, trading desk, maybe they ignore all of that trash on the order book. And the only thing they pay attention to is the stuff that's cloaked with some sort of a code mechanism. I don't know, man. It seems a little tinfoil hat theory to me, though. A little tinny.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't know. We're 1/3 of the way through April. I've seen a little momentary dust up. It was quickly put out. I wish, I'd like to think something broke in the market, or it really, but I don't think that's what happened. I just think we started to see some real violent activity, and I think maybe perhaps the powers that be stepped in and squanched it.
Yeah, I think they
Market-wide.
kind of caught it.
Yeah.
They kind of caught it, man.
Again, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road. It's a cliche that's been talked about ad nauseum on here, but it's the truth. If not concerning the shorts and the short positions in AMC and GameStop, but just the whole market. This whole thing with the United States economy and market, and our debt service, and the Fed, and the Treasury, and all of that, sooner or later it has to come to a head. You can only suppress shit so long before all of the little mechanisms and strings that they use, they're no longer effective. And I think we're quickly getting to that place.
I do see a buy order on AMC at 410 for 183,000.
182,000 shares.
183,443.
Man. I guess we get our write-off funny for Frog, Bior. They delisted them and repositioned. They're a private company now. All the shares have been vaporized. They're no longer.
I don't know what's going on with that Truly Pirate. It sounds like it maybe. I didn't see it saying fully due. It's still trading on the pink slip.
Yeah.
But
It's interesting that they still have it on my my charts, and they show it just added as a Q on the end for the conversion. But legally, for all intents and purposes, the shares that I owned before, they're gone. They've gone through the legal mechanism. They've gone through the legal mechanism of delisting them, and they're essentially worthless now. Rather, the brokers and part of this whole structured agreement was to give us something else, a placeholder or fucking coupon. I don't know, but I'm marking it down as dead money.
Plenty money.
Yeah, sure, I might be the president. Just like something. Then I got him. Okay, you're doing it. Come on, Ian, get up here. I'll move the thing into here. Just.
Oh my god, why are you
I don't think you were home. It's like it's been days. Oh my god, it was days.
There's a big tinfoil hat theory going around the internet, X specifically, about how this is the World Economic Forum, this Klaus Schwab's, the George Soros types, that they're trying to get rid of Trump. This is how they're trying to punish Trump, by getting the whole world to dump treasuries. You know, our bonds, our treasuries, the T-bills are sold all over the world, and sovereign nations buy them. That's the big thing about China, holds a whole bunch of them. So the tinfoil hat theory right now is that to get to Trump, they're encouraging everybody to dump our bonds and hurt us by extension. Be interesting to see how that plays out.
Run, people. Don't you be right there. Help me.
gotta get it.
Yeah, they went outside now, but they were all piled up over there before. Oh, you didn't go out and move it for her. You can move those boat cushions too. She may not even like them. Even at Christmas, Sandy's cat wanted to get up in a lawn chair out back, and there was a hammer on it and a boat cushion. And my son went out there and moved that shit so that cat could get up in that chair. That was awful nice of you, Logan. That animal's spoiled. Look at it. The only thing worse than her wanting you to do it is that you recognize that that's what she was waiting for. That's some funny shit. That cat has got you all trained. She made Logan go out there and move that shit so she could get up on that chair. It was the funniest thing. I told Logan, I said, what's worse about the fact that she wanted him to do it was that he recognized it. He was like, hey, you need to move this shit. Full brat. No, but I can't. You're up there.
And that's why I felt that was good. Dean was throwing my seats like Jesse said, this is what I'm talking about. Danny said, he's like, Jesse said, she hasn't been up in the small point with the yet. And he's like, you want everything to work out. He's a good partner. And then he could go because I trained him. And then then I said, so then I come back, he said, did he spook you up there any? I said, it was a little bumpy. And he said, because I would have got on him if he would have spooked you. Can't be spooking your mom or something. He said he.
That's very cute. There's value in that, honey. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know it's our credit card, our money's going up there. I think he's getting value out of it, honey. I really do. And there's no way around it. This is the way the system's set up.
He's got to
Huh?
He's got to do it.
Yeah, there is no way around it. This is the path. But it's how you end up making $250,000 a year, Sandy. $250,000 every 52 weeks. No shit.
Him or that.
Some good-looking golden retriever puppies that she's got on that screen. GrayLeaf always finds some nice eye candy to put up with her charts. I give her credit for that. Whether it's the animals or the fish tanks, puppies, it's really a nice little thing to have something besides just staring at the chart endlessly. Do we have any of those toast or air fryer hot wings with our pizza tonight? Got to order something. What drives me crazy. The National Transportation Safety Board comes out with a statement and says no preliminary cause of crash while they're pulling that helicopter out of the Hudson. And that's the kind of shit that drives me crazy about this world. Anybody who's ever worked around any kind of a fucking airplane or helicopter can look at that one video and tell you with relative certainty at least why it crashed. Because the entire rotor head come completely off the engine and the tail boom broke completely off. Now, why, if you work for the National Transportation Safety Board, why can't you just publicly state that? Why the drama of we can't say anything until we complete the investigation? I'm like, what? Like somebody's going to sue you if you get something wrong? It's just ridiculous. And these people are, again, they're all paid government officials. I'm like, what do we even have you for? I mean, I could see it if they went up there and tried to state like why the rotor head come off, or Borg Warner transmission will probably get sued because it looks like that's who made the transmission. I'm like, you don't have to even be affiliated with aviation to look at the videos and see the big whirligig thing on top ain't connected to the piece where the people sit. Maybe that's why it fell out of the fucking sky. But to be like, no preliminary, I'm like, let's just start out by at least acknowledging, the obvious, but they don't. And they do it all the time. I'm like, why do you even have a fucking press conference if you're not going to say anything? Dumbass government people, government workers. I know one thing for certain, the last guy that worked on that helicopter, he's going to have a busy schedule here for the next few months. Not longer. I never fooled around with helicopters, but I had some friends who were called rotor heads. That's what we called the mechanics, by the way, that specialize in helicopters, rotor heads, because there's a rotor head on the helicopter. But they told us there was a bolt on there. They used to call it the Jesus bolt because they said he was the next guy you saw if that bolt came loose. And here we are. Looks like, I'm not saying if the bolt came loose, but it looked like the whole idea is that the entire rotor comes off the top. When that rotor came off of the top, the fuselage, the part that people were sitting in, it would immediately start to drop because that spinning rotor is what pulls the air. That's what holds the aircraft up. So once they become separated, that fuselage immediately starts to fall, and it'll fall nose first. And when it did, the rotor blades on top cut the tail boom off, because it's really close to the tail boom when it's fixed. So if you can imagine, if the top rotor comes loose while it's spinning, and that helicopter even leans a little bit, it cuts itself to pieces. So that's why the picture you see of that fuselage tumbling into this Hudson, it just looked like it didn't have the tail piece on it. The tail obviously being the long skinny piece, the boom, it sticks out the back where the little smaller, the tail rotor spins. All of that was missing. But yeah, the National Transportation Board, no preliminary statement to be made. I'm like, damn, did you not see the same video the rest of us saw? Come on, man.
Can't say.
Yeah, Mrs. Pryor said they can't say anything because there'll be some lunatic try to sue somebody, or hard telling anymore. You may not know this, guys, but there is a career field in aviation called NDI, and it stands for non-destructive inspections. And you wouldn't believe this shit, man, but they x-ray things. Their only job is to x-ray parts on airplanes. Whether they are parts that are, well, it doesn't matter, on the plane, off the plane, but their idea is that it's just not a visual inspection looking for cracks or stress points or something that's weak. They use technology, everything from fiber optic bore scopes to look inside of things. But one of the bigger ones is x-raying it. They just like you would x-ray a body in a hospital, they'll x-ray parts to look for even the slightest indication that something is fatigued or it's beyond its serviceable life. So, and helicopters, man, they're incredibly labor intensive. It's one of those things where it's kind of like a swimming pool. You spend more time working on it than you spend using it. Helicopters the same way. But all it takes is one little thing to go wrong, some metallurgy, a fatigue, a part that no one realized that was getting ready to fail, and you end up with this sort of a tragedy. It's pretty tough. They had another one crash today. I don't know if somebody heard me talk earlier. I think in Boca Raton, Florida, or someplace down in Florida, and I haven't even heard what that was, but they piled one up down there, and they caught the car. One of the cars that was parked there caught on fire. I don't think anybody in the car was hurt, and there's no word about the crew members. But I thought, man, that's been a tough day for aviation in the last 2 or 3 days. Saw it out there today, honey. All that store-bought stuff, it still looks like a golf course. But some of that older stuff that I've tried to repurpose, it looks a little raggedy. But it's always going to look different because the golf course stuff is brand new from where to go. I think there's enough of it's going to survive that it will root in and we won't have to resod it. But it's not going to look particularly glamorous for a while.
Pay me what I'm owed, yeah.
For him to get credit, he has to fly, what, 50 miles in one direction? That's the minimum, 50 in one way. And that counts as cross country. And he has to do that, what, a dozen times? 12 total hours.
Then I think she gets credit for any daytimes. So
That'd be another.
that's 2.5 or 3.
Fine. So he'll be almost halfway there for that test. And then you're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
All before the test. So that last little bit going down there can count. You go tomorrow and do, is he trying to do 2 or 3? He said 2 or 3. Huh? Maybe 4. Good.
And then you get only 3. So if he does 3 tomorrow and then he's got 4. So 2 or 3. 4 or 3 more.
I'm glad he's doing 2 back to back too. It takes a big bite out of it. I'd rather see him have it done early. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather see him have it done early than wait till the last minute and get a big anxiety driven. Oh, I gotta go and be all jacked up over weather and shit. That's an ugly red candle. Y'all see that? Anybody paying attention? Went completely below the Bollinger Band. What the hell's that all about?
GME or AMC?
AMC. Look at AMC's chart.
Oh. Nothing to see here. It's normal. I'm numb to it. Damn it.
I don't see it. A restart there. One down to 291.1. I just posted a couple of things in Papa's Discord there. Just talking about Fed stepping in for bailouts and stuff.
Oh, shit.
They're always going to bail the banks out, man. Always. Because it's all incestuous, man. They all do business together. They all look out for one another. And we would do the same thing. If we were part of the cool kids club, we would be right in there with them. What sucks about it is they use taxpayer money to do it, you know. And they might let somebody fall on their sword, like have a scapegoat. They're like, well, we gotta give the public somebody. But most of the time, no heads roll, nobody gets fired. The CEOs even get big fucking bonuses, man. You know, it's fucking.
They have to leave, but they get a big check.
Yeah, big fucking golden parachute. You're like, who in the fuck negotiates these deals in the first place? But you know, I get it, man. I'm torn between both sides of it. You're like, well, if you want the absolute cream of the crop running the ship, you got to give people, you know, good salaries to draw good fucking talent. But why would you offer up these golden parachute things? Maybe it's just because people learn they can ask for them. I'd just be afraid if they're like, look, yeah, we're going to pay you. And these guys are already making fucking $4 or $5 million a year, $10 million a year, more. So I'm like, you're making that much money every year. And then if we fire your ass, we got to give you like $50 million on your way out the door.
Well, think about it.
You think they would be like, yeah, we don't mind paying you $5 million a year. You're a badass. You're like a, you know, professional fucking football player, quarterback, whatever. We'll give you $5 million a year. But this idea that if we fire you, we give you $50 million, I would be like, no, we can't do that. But I guess maybe that's how strong these guys pull that much control. But I just find it hard to believe if you told the first guy, no, I'm not doing that, and he walked out of your office, you're telling me you can't find somebody else who'll do the job for just the $5 million a year? It defies logic. But I know how all this works. So I've never been a part. I never made it to the C-suite. I built my own thing. I was just a little entrepreneur, mom and pop. But the way it works is these guys, they sit on boards. So I vote for your compensation package, and then you vote for mine. So I work for Procter & Gamble, you know, but I sit on the board for Ford. And you work for Ford, but you sit on the board for Procter & Gamble. And we both know what time it is, you know, when it comes time to talk about your compensation package and all that shit. It's all quid pro quo where one hand washes the other.
Ooh.
Well, if you can go to jail for what you're expected to do, being a CEO, then it's no wonder they get paid as much as they get paid. Just kind of a crazy world we live in now, man.
I've never really been a big fan of the whole corporate structure thing. the idea that you have that many officers that get paid that much money. And I know that for coming somebody like me who just, I hate the idea of unions and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, you're like, you ask yourself what you think these people really do for their money. Do you think having all those guys making those kind of salaries for a big corporation like Procter & Gamble or Ford, do you think them fucking people are doing anything that really warrants that kind of pay? They're not making any kind of big, giant critical decisions. Anything that's really critical, the whole board has to vote on. These individual department heads, what do? They hire people below them to do what? To be area managers, and then the area manager picks the people who do the work. I mean, by the time you get down to somebody who's actually doing something for the company, you've already burning through fucking 5 layers of management. Can never understand why they didn't take efforts to be, lean and mean. Seemed to me that would be a winning strategy, but they've done the opposite thing over the course of the last, 50 years.
Once you
We
go
went
ahead
through a
and
little bit of a bump there where they kind of got rid of some middle management, but it was a passing fad. They went right back to it. I guess to some extent, when these companies get this big, they turn into just a monster. I can't help but think, but in some ways they're like a Frankenstein, where nobody really has that much control. It just kind of becomes its own entity, and it's just the way it is.
Those.
Did you see any other aircraft, any other planes while you were up? 130s or anything?
The airplanes
Right.
They would have to melt it and then get to wait to land.
Seemed awful quiet today about the tariff news, Andy. It's like it all just kind of died off. I would have thought there had been all sorts of breaking news or statements, but I don't know if they both retreated to their respective corners and are waiting to see.
Yeah, it's awful quiet. On any other day, a couple of years ago, the SPY closing up 1.78% would have been all over the news.
Yep.
would have been, you know, what everybody talked about all weekend. But volatility right now just makes a 2% major market move seem like, oh, okay, no big deal.
Does he have to refuel that thing after he parked there, or does he just park it and walk away from it? He refills it,
And toss.
ties it down, and then that's how they calculate his fuel bill.
No.
It's just built in. It's just built into the hourly rate. Yeah. Those little puppies have boundless energy. I gotta admit, they're cute little bastards. I got a kick out of those ones before going down that plastic slide. Here's one thing where that's, you see that shit stage where people put them up on there and then they jump out of the frame real quick and the dog goes down. But those dogs were going up the back of that little slide on their own. And you could tell they were enjoying that. That's some funny stuff. VIX is at 37.56. So it's fallen quite a bit. It's higher today. That's still elevated.
Yeah, I think anything above 35 is considered like pretty damn high. Market on fire kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when it got up to 22 to 25, everybody's like, oh my God, look at the VIX. Yeah. Today, shit. I don't know, just another number on the screen until it's not.
Yeah, until it's not. It's coming, man. It's coming.
In our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free, holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Now what? All right.
getting rid of a body yucca?
Ha! Does it sound like it? All this paper and bags.
Sound like you were dragging something around.
Oh yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I put a trophy, a little trophy cup in a bag. It sounded like that. That's funny. Oh, look at that. Those puppies, huh?
Yeah, they're cute, aren't they?
Yep.
Bunch of diesels right there.
It stays at more important value.
Crazy.
Why don't you just do what O'Leary said? Just fucking go to 400.
400%.
Boom, just 400.
Or just do an embargo, Sandy. Say, sorry. Just like Cuba. You're not allowed to send any of your shit to the United States. We'll look elsewhere. India, Pakistan, Germany, Italy, somebody will sell us what we need. If you can't, his main target is to get it done right here in the United States. They should be able to get, this shit should come home if you get it a little closer. But they put a thing up there earlier when you guys were flying. Plus the wages to make, you know, Amy Jo's daughter works in California for Levi. Yeah. Levi's, they did a thing on to make denim jeans. $16.50 is the minimum wage in California. You know what it is in Vietnam where they make them?
60 cents.
$1.50 an hour. So how the fuck? I mean, there's no magic to this. They're all like, "How's this working?" I'm like,
they gotta ship them over.
right. So you got to factor that in.
Mm-hmm. They sell those jeans for $50 to $80.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what my whole point was. There's plenty of profit in them, but it's just one of those things where Levi goes, "Listen, we can make, you know, $200 million a quarter here, or we can make $600 million a quarter if we make them in Vietnam." But like you said, you got to make it so they can't make it. They can't make the $600 million in Vietnam, and that's what he's doing. He's raising the tariff, so then it comes down. Yeah, and the tariff. You're like, I might as well just hire people in America and pay a little bit more. That's the idea. But if you can't get it across the finish line, I've said it 100 times, the whole world is waiting to say, well, come over here and set up shop. We'll treat you fine in India, or like I said, Pakistan, any of those countries. And they're going to be, it's like I said, they're going to be like salivating, like, oh, by all means, please. Because we can go anywhere to get somebody to make plastic bicycle seats. But China can't replace us. I'm like, once we stop coming in, if we're their biggest customer or practically the biggest, when we quit going there, they can't replace us with anybody else. Because if they could sell more to, say, Australia, they would already. They'd already be selling it. They're already selling everything they can to Australia and the rest of the world. So there is no alternative for if we say, yeah, we're not buying from you anymore, you just lost half your business. And I don't see how that's good for them, but, you know. So I said it before, Trump's got a royal flush in this. I don't see how he has to be the one to blink because he really doesn't have that much. We may have some short-term supply interruptions, honey. Maybe there'll be a little glitch between now and by the time somebody starts making, you know, bicycle seats. Right. But once it's done, it's permanent. It's a permanent transmission. It's not like you're going to leave China and go to India. And then if Xi Jinping starts being nice, be like, oh, we'll go back. I've said before, Trump needs to play hardball with him. Say, listen, you're going to do this thing within the next time frame. Just pick a date and say, or I'm not negotiating with you anymore. We're going to go start setting up shop somewhere else. We're going to broker these agreements where we can get what we need. Yeah, exactly, Sandy. Play hardball with him.
30 days.
Well, it's like that Kenny. They're talking about it now on Newsmax. That O'Leary and Mr. Wonderful. He's like, they don't play by the rules anyhow. They've said it. They've shown time and time again. They make all sorts of agreements. They don't abide by them. He said himself he can't avail himself of the court systems. You remember what they did to John Shore over there. So, you know, I just soon say fuck them. Be done with them altogether. Just find a new trading partner who wants to work together in a deal that's mutually beneficial. Because there's so much money changing hands, honey. Everybody can win on this. Overseas, you're still fucking over the Americans. These should be American jobs. Really, that's really the crux of it. But I'm like, so you think if China doesn't want to play ball and make our bicycle seats for us, that we can't get somebody else on this whole fucking planet to do it? Are you kidding me? Malaysia, Singapore, fucking all these other countries are just lining up, you know. They're ready to be the fucking queen of the prom.
The fuck right now, why? But do you understand now why?
Rabbits jump and they live for 8 years. Dogs run and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing and they live for 150 years. Rabbits jump.
Oh, I gotta go pick up pizza. Pizza.
I think that's what we're having tonight too. Pizza and hot wings. What do you eat on your pie, Rugged?
Chicken.
Chicken on pizza?
Yep.
What do you
pie?
Yeah. That's almost as bad as fucking pineapple. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Chicken is good on pizza. Pirate, you never had it?
Oh man, you guys are fucking retarded.
Nah,
Man.
it's really good. Believe me, man.
It's not
People get
tofu.
creative.
If I want chicken, I'll eat fucking chicken. I'm not putting chicken on my pizza.
Hey,
You know, as long as
wait
you
a
don't
minute.
put
You just got
watermelon
done
on
saying-
your chicken.
Wait a minute.
You guys are fucking weirdos. I bet you Rugged puts like spinach. He probably puts baby spinach and shit. And
No.
fuck,
Listen.
man.
Come on.
You just got done saying you're gonna have chicken wings and pizza tonight, right?
It goes all in
Yeah, but the hot wing is on the side.
It don't
Right.
matter.
My son's ordered one of those buffalo wing chicken.
Now,
Listen,
wow.
it's like a three-way though. With
Pizza one time, and I'm like, no, thank you, man. That's
I get the chicken and the pizza in one bite.
You know, do mushrooms on pizza? That's fucking badass. Yeah, just do it.
I'm all for mushrooms, man. I'm all for mushrooms. I'm a mushroom bacon guy. I like pepperoni.
I do like that margarita.
Even now, like
pizza.
I'm getting some into where I like a little onion now and then, and
Mm-hmm.
You don't like that margarita pizza?
sausage.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Oh, you like sausage? Yep. You know that, Pirate. That margarita pizza is good. That has the chicken, chipotle chicken. It's spicy.
Or barbecue
I do
chicken.
like
That's good.
lime on it though. I like lime. Anything that's on lime. I like for instance, I like if you have like cedar plank salmon with a lot of heavy lemon juice on it. I do like a citrus on top of stuff. But
You like getting your cheese stuffed? Tech we love? I bet you do. You like getting your cheese stuffed with crust, huh? Pervert.
Ben said that's why we left Vietnam. I imagine
because-
he's talking about when I said the average
Because
labor
people-
there is $1.50. Yeah, I don't blame you, Ben. You got to have do what's best for you, man.
So we're not that advanced because we could have robots doing everything. We have a couple of guys just supervising the robots. That's it.
Robots will do.
Yeah,
That's coming,
everything.
man. That's coming. That's coming so fast. You don't even. It's right around the fucking corner, man.
yeah.
Because the market is going to be so huge. Whoever gets in there first, it's always that whoever's early captures the biggest part of that total addressable market. So there is a gold rush on right now to see who can get the first robots. I seen Tesla's taking orders. It was $30,000 for their base model.
Damn, what happened with Papa? Did he really have a lot to drink last night? He got wild, didn't he?
No, he didn't drink. He said he had a hangover, but it was from staying up late.
Oh, with the Missy, huh? He was playing.
He was playing with the
No.
pudding.
He was playing with the Missy. Find the
Sauce.
road to the Milky Way.
Yeah. Because.
Ooh. He was playing
Those are
that.
some weird looking. Those are some really weird looking after hours candles though on AMC. You have to
Yeah.
admit, that's some oddball shit.
got the diamonds, they got the yachts.
I do need to scan a pizza, right? That fool's trying to jump over. Oh, that's the papa, or is that the mama? Oh, they cut off. Is this on loop? There she goes.
You need to 3D scan.
I will. Today, I'm scanning today.
And make a pirate coin, some kind of design of your own. You're an artist, or even just scan a gold doubloon, like the ancient gold doubloons from back in the day. 3D print them out of plastic, and then paint them with the gold sizing and put gold leaf on them. So it's real gold. It's a real gold leaf gold doubloon. It's just not solid gold.
So it's gold plated.
Gold plating. Well, not even that. Gold plating is different. That's when you immerse it in liquid and all that. I'm talking about gold leaf.
How about
gold leaf?
What happened?
GrayLeaf it with gold.
Ooh, that's right. GrayLeaf it.
Come on, Pyre. You know you could do that. Why not? If you can get some metal, if you can melt it down, could you use gold in theory? Like, is there like
powdered gold?
Sure, you could.
Without
sure, you could.
melting
It's gold $3,000 a fucking ounce right now.
Yeah,
you know, the idea is to make it have a nice finish. Yeah. You know, they never did perfect a gold paint.
What is the price?
The closest you can come is gold anodization, and you can't even anodize plastic. You can only anodize metal. So there really is no substitute.
Okay.
What?
Of GrayLeaf versus gold leaf.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, as far as putting if you're going to coat it.
Ooh.
Is that what you're talking about, Pyre? There's not exactly.
The leaf, because
you just want to end up with a gold coin or something that looks like a gold coin. And gold leaf.
How big do you want it?
Gold leaf. Gold leaf is like a paper thin gold applique. You put it on top of sizing, and it makes it look gold. It's because it is gold. It's paper thin. It's gold that's been pounded so thin you can see through it. You can't even hardly touch it without ripping it. But the idea is that you make a coin. He can 3D print coins, and they are gold. When they're done, it looks like a gold doubloon, but it's all a fugazi. You know, it's just like a prop.
And you want this to be what size you need it to be?
Well, you want it to be the size of a real gold doubloon. So like the size of
I don't have one.
$50.
Oh, what's wrong with that dog? It can't keep its balance. Oh. It's fine.
Gold leaf is cheaper than electroplate, Papa Mac.
Come on, Papa. You trying me? I can't even do a hydro dip, and it's pretty much almost the same thing.
Now,
you could 3D print some sort of a plastic pirate coin, but it'll look like shit. And even if you just spray paint them gold, it'll still look like shit. You have to have a way to make it look like it's
unless we really wanted to make it look like ancient, like vintage, old. It's been out in the ground.
Well, that's what gold leaf does.
Yeah,
gold leaf has wrinkles and things in it.
So it'll cover up all the imperfections.
Exactly.
There you go.
There's merit. Put that in the merch store, man. No pizza tonight, Logan. Hot wings. I know you can pick.
Hold on. I know we have to stay aside.
Another plane crash in Florida? Boca Raton?
Yeah, Boca Raton earlier. That was several hours ago. You were gone.
So this is starting over again. So what happened during this time? Last time all these planes were coming down.
I looked at the flight path of that other one, and it looked like it was stuck in a turn. So its rudder got stuck hard over, so that to force the plane to continually fly in a circle. So they showed the guy, he turned like, I don't know, 25 or 30 circles, but he tried to line it up so that the circle would line up with the airplane. You can't, when you land a plane, you have to fly straight. You can't fly in a circle and then land. They don't make crooked airports. But so far, that's what I found was that, and he piled it up on I guess a major thoroughfare. It showed a car on fire and some other shit. But yeah, it wasn't a good day for aviation, not in general. It's dangerous, man. People forget. I hear people bitch all the time. Oh, my flight's late, or why did they cancel my flight? They were bitching because Pensacola flooded from that flash flood. 6 inches of standing water on the runway, and they wouldn't let planes land or take off. And all the fucking crybabies, the victims. Oh, it's modern. In this modern world, they can't get the water off the runway. I'm like, you fucking morons, man. You can die. Flying is dangerous as fuck. And everybody just takes it for granted like it's all automatic now. And all they're worried about is their flight got canceled. I'm like, would you rather die, dumbass?
Chamber of Invisibility. Wow, it works. Well done.
Phineas and Ferb.
Yucko, when they coat those plastic statues that you use on your trophies, the ones that look like they're made out of gold, those are plastic, but aren't they coated?
Yeah.
What are they coated with?
Electroplate. They with the gold. Yeah, they electroplate those. But again, it's coming out of China, so they have like.
Right, they're doing it. They're doing it in volume.
Yeah.
I still think that using gold leaf is cheaper than electroplating. Plus, you can always advertise that it's real gold, because it is. It's just not solid gold.
You just gotta put a fine print. It's 10% gold.
I don't think it'd be that. It'd probably be 1,000%. That gold leaf's pretty thin, but you could say 100% gold leaf. 100% 24 karat gold leaf, and the advertisement would be legally correct.
100% gold plated. Yeah. Now,
really sloppy here today.
Ooh.
Sloppy. I got me a Valley Forge flag. Gotta put that up soon. Oh man, it is raining. I'm gonna get wet.
So they're gonna start. They can start divesting Chinese stocks.
What about them, China?
China, man.
China. Okay, I do hear that background noise now. I switched devices.
Which one?
This sounds like a vacuum or something.
Where at?
Oh. Are you printing or anything? Or?
No, I'm not doing anything.
Oh, good.
Let me mute. Let me see if it's me or somebody else.
I don't hear anything now. Go ahead and unmute. Yeah.
I don't have anything on. It's just it's the air.
Yeah, but it somehow, you know what it is? Probably.
Now why?
It's probably that we never adjusted or re-put your settings back on after you were doing music that one time.
Your noise suppression.
Yeah, your noise cancellation stuff is probably off. That's all.
How about now?
Yeah, it's good. Clear. Very clear. Yep. Yep.
There you go.
It's so
Congratulations.
It's so simple. So simple.
We're gonna Moaz now.
They have one of the protesters somewhere holding up a sign that says we're all immigrants, and he's doing the street yoga. You know how those drug addicts get when they get the fentanyl in them, or they lose all muscle control, but they still have balance. So they're standing upright, but they're like hunched way over.
Yes.
The dude's doing that. He's being paid to be at a protest. He's holding a sign that says we're all immigrants, but the motherfucker is destroyed. He's tore up from the floor up.
I've seen this firsthand a few times. It is not good. I have. I'm not on the street either. If you know what I mean. So I actually recorded it, and it was a sad sight. But it is what it is.
It's pretty ugly, man.
Yep.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Put it in my Discord general. It's funny shit, man.
Don't do it.
Too late. I already sent it. Then they got Britney Spears. You guys seen Britney Spears lately, man? You keeping up with her?
Nothing. No.
She has lost her ever-loving fucking mind, man.
Again?
Yeah, they're saying now, like the one post says that everybody's finding out now that her father wasn't the villain all along, that he was the only thing standing between her and utter madness. You know, because he had her under, what do you call it, conservatorship. And she is barking at the moon fucking crazy, man.
Makes sense.
It's really sad, man. What it is an example of a girl that you can tell from her earliest ages, everybody focused on her all the time. Every minute of every day was all about her. And then she went on and became rich and famous, and that only exacerbated that. And now that she's no longer the young thing that she was before, and that she's peaked, it's incredible to watch the desperation in her to try to keep things focused on her. It's really sad, man. It's like some sort of a pathology or a fucking psychosis.
That's cute. Does she still have short hair? She's still bald?
No, she grew her hair back out.
All right. I don't blame her. Oh, there you go.
Bear back.
Don't do it.
Tinkerbell, I think I'm gonna have a cup of coffee. Would you like one? Turning into the afternoon coffee drinker. That's a bad sign. Another one of those milestones in a man's life. Get all jacked up on caffeine in the middle of the day.
That's good. Welcome to the club. Better just get some Red Bull.
We had some people that rented a little place on our farm, and we had an extra house, and we rented it out for some income. But it ended up being almost like family to us. Stayed there for 9 years, but he quit drinking. I guess he was, or he never did drink. I don't remember him even saying drinking, but his thing was coffee, man. But goddamn, I think he would drink, I don't know, 8-9 cups of coffee a day. I'm talking big cups, and black coffee, no cream, no sugar. And man, he just pound that shit. Yeah, I'm like, dude, man, I would vibrate across the floor like I was plugged in if I had that much caffeine in me.
Ooh.
Oh.
Sent one on my Discord. Yucca, it's pretty naughty, man. So don't be talking about it loud, and you don't need to put it on the live stream and all that. But I tagged you in so you can check it out. It's a pretty bad one. Not safe for work. Not safe for children. It's got boiled eggs in it, man. You'll like that. How can anything with boiled eggs in it be bad?
I don't see anything. Tripping out.
Well, we know you airport. That's who you are. Well, you get all that energy. I was exhausted. You called me from the language. I was literally exhausted. Everything. You know, you airport. Everyone had some on them. They love you on.
Not right now.
Yes, my mom got her 2 hours in her life. What do you think of that?
Pirate, where are you getting your pizza from?
Right now, Domino's, I bet.
We got Marcos. They were really busy because they're doing like tonight is half price. So they're just feel bad. They're all overwhelmed, but it is what it is. So, I have an interesting idea. Why do you think they made exhaust fans go into the ceiling and not below and beneath the toilet? You tracking me? Can't see the chat.
Yeah, and then I have a question. What about Teslas? Don't they have alternators?
Alternators?
Yeah, you know, the alternator that charges the battery, right?
I don't know. I have no idea. That converts. I don't know. Got me on that.
What charges the battery in regular vehicles?
Where's Pirate on that?
Yeah, I think alternators. But why do Tesla vehicles? Why
I don't know
can't
if
they charge themselves?
Well, I don't know. Why doesn't it charge itself?
Hey, I'll be back in a minute. I'm making a cup of coffee.
Oh, I should do the same.
0% till next argument.
You're still live. It's all right. Wait a minute. We have to go back to my topic before we go to alternator. Okay. Translator, transfor. Why don't we have exhaust fans that go behind a toilet and toward the floor almost, or behind, basically you don't want an exhaust fan above your head, because all it does is pull the smell into your face. Unless people like that, of course, if they're into that kind of stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me. When doing design, I would direct that airflow down and behind the body, not to the front and into the face. Not right now.
I hear you say something about, you had a question about an alternator, Rugged?
That was about Yucca. Why don't you come on that one?
I just snuck over to make myself a cup of coffee real quick. jacked up on gummies and caffeine. I had myself a little party.
That is what you call yourself a nice, that's sort of like a Kennedy upper downer mixer.
Yeah.
Something like that.
My buddy that's still in the game with airplanes, when he travels, when he flies, he has him bring what's called a Jack and a Joe. That's a shot of Jack Daniels and a cup of coffee in the morning.
Beautiful. Hey, that's fine. Hey, you gotta, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get destroyed. It doesn't he doesn't drink like 9 shots, but when he's flying, if it's early in the morning, she'll be like, "Would you like a coffee?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'd like a coffee and 1 shot of Jack Daniels." Kind of like the whole Irish coffee thing.
Oh, those are delicious. One time I was doing some volunteer work in high school, my senior year, and my girlfriend at the time, was now my wife, she brought me, and I was only 17, she brought me a nice hot chocolate with Kahlua in it, and I was doing some great bell ringing for the Salvation Army. In front of Sam's Club.
Kahlua is good. Kahlua is really good.
Oh, yeah.
Makes me want to get up and put some in my coffee, but I'm too lazy now.
Not right in. I gotta do a quick thing when mealtime. I'll be back in a few. But I'm definitely gonna make myself a cup of coffee in the big time. Yeah.
There's one of these funny ass fucking memes. It's Ben Affleck, and he walks in the room and he tells his buddy, he's like, "I'm gonna need your help. I can't tell you where we're gonna. I need your help. I can't tell you what it is, and you're never gonna ask me about it later. But we're gonna hurt some people." And he looks at it, and his buddy looks at him and he says, "Whose car are we taking?" That's all. That's the only question. That's the kind of friends you need, man. That sort of loyalty. Last thing he says, and we're gonna hurt some people, and the dude doesn't question one part of it except for who's gonna drive. Whoever wrote that for that movie for Ben Affleck, they need a pay raise. Get it, man. It's always easy to critique other people. I rant and rave about all that. People try to do it to me from time to time when I try to entertain folks. But honestly, though, Rugged, how fucking hard can it be to make a good movie? I mean, all you're doing is storytelling. Making a movie, you're just telling a story. And if the story's good, and then you have people that are good storytellers, after that, you think it would just be like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, as long as you can keep the DEI out of it and the trying to affect social change and be a social engineer from Hollywood and all that shit. But I get it, man. It's probably a little bit, not a little bit. It's a lot arrogant to say how hard can it be to make a hit movie, but it just leads me to believe that it's not really rather about the quality of the movie It's the industry itself can maybe make or break whether or not it's a hit. Perfect example was that bullshit that they just went through with Snow White. I mean, do you know how hard you got to fuck up to ruin a Disney classic? God damn. I mean, I don't have little girls, but I've had sisters and aunts and all that. I've been around women at younger, you know, the whole Disney princess thing, whether it's Snow White or Cinderella or any number of them. Those are franchises that have lasted multi-generational. And they go to take one that was a Disney classic animated cartoon and make a live action movie out of it, and fucking it flops like a hot turd. You're like, there should be accountability for that shit, because that thing should have been either a success or a huge success, but you really got to work to make it a flop. They fucking did. Fuck if I know. This world gets stranger and stranger every day.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
Yaka, don't leave, Yaka. No.
There's ladder steps to something look like fucking a house. Did you see?
It's like a remodel in the Rose Garden or something. Yeah, goddamn. Thanks for streaming today, GrayLeaf, giving us a place to hang out. We appreciate your work. Thank you so very much. Yeah, Easterby says Disney paid $30 billion for Star Wars and pissed on it, along with Indiana Jones. Yeah, I don't get it, EB. I just don't understand, dude. know there's creative people in this world. As far as writers go, you go through X, and again, there's a lot of trash. I talk about the garbage dump with the wildflower growing in it. But when you find those wildflowers growing in that garbage dump that's X, and you read them, you know, there's proof positive that there's some really witty, creative people in this world. And why they're not being tapped as a resource, you know, to use their creativity to help these movies become a success is beyond fucking me, man. Maybe in my next life, I'll be an executive producer in Hollywood and show them how to make good movies. Mm-hmm. As Andy said, it's not just Hollywood, it's Disney. Disney fucking, yeah, maybe. Pretty shameful what they did to an American icon, Mickey Mouse, the whole you know, Child's Paradise. They basically turned the whole thing into a kind of evil shit going on.
Because every time you watched one of those kids' movies, they were fucking, it was just some kind of tragedy. It was just really weird stuff, like moms dying at work with kids, and I'm like, who wants to take a movie, go see a movie with their kid and something like that?
Yep. Huh? No, that was me putting my coffee cup.
Now why?
Back. Well, as always, we're going to hang in the Papa Max Discord, and if not there, my own Pirates Hideaway. So if we don't see you there over the weekend, see you Monday, I guess.
Yeah, keep it tight.
Don't take any wooden nickels.
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together
Right, here we
we're
go.
a force, the apes
Let's
we
try
are
this.
here.
Operando. Right.
So free, holding tight like we're meant to be.
Operator. 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 Operator.
All the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity.
Okay, let's see. I'm setting up the scanner right now.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
Go ahead and do we call this a smoke check, man. You start plugging everything in and pushing buttons and see if you melt anything.
Yeah.
You gotta pop the cherry on that bitch sooner or later.
That's right.
So bright, cash is king in this ape revolution. We're ready to fight.
Let's see this. Smooth operator. Let's see if this should go smooth as it should.
apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win.
Yeah, have you seen all of the little action figures now? They're all AI generated, but they're going all over Twitter now. They got them for like they got one for Ken Griffin, they've got one for Muhammad, they got one for Trump. They're really funny. They're made. They show them. They look like they're in a package, the plastic package, just like you'd buy a little action figure. And it like the one with Ken Griffin came with like a bedpost. It came with a jar of mayonnaise, and it came with some other shit. It was really funny stuff, man. If you haven't seen them yet, you need to check them out. There's some funny shit.
No, I have not.
In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand
Yeah, I have not seen that.
handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight. Hold on tight.